Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the December 2nd meeting of the Falmouth Conservation Commission. This meeting is being held virtually via Zoom video conference. Please be patient. We'll do our best to be efficient, allow everyone to participate equitably. This meeting is also being broadcast and streamed online by FCTV in real time. As this meeting is being recorded by Zoom and broadcast by FCTV, please be aware of what you say, how you say it, what can be seen and heard in your background. The chair recognizes the attendance and assistance of all of our staff members, Jen, Kevin, Alyssa, Mark, Amy, and Susan. The chair recognizes the attendance of all commissioners, save for Maury. And therefore, for the record, the appointed alternate tonight is Mark Gurney. I'd like to remind the commissioners that for commenting, I'll be calling on each of you at the appropriate time. Let's try not to speak over each other. Also, that all votes will be done by roll call. So when I call your name, please state your name and for the record and your vote. And although it's redundant, even if you've made the motion or the second, I'm still going to ask for your vote. To our public participants, there will be an opportunity for public comment for each hearing. If you'd like to comment on a particular hearing, you may submit any comments or questions via the chat function once that hearing has been opened. At the appropriate time, I will call for the public comments and any submissions will be read into the record. The link and further instructions are posted on the agenda. And congratulations to Mr. Walsh. He has been elevated to that of a full board member. Thank you for your service. First up, vote minutes, November 18th, 2020.
Mr. Chair, I read the minutes and I find them in order. Move there be adopted.
Okay.
Second, Walsh.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to accept the minutes of November 18th as written. Betsy.
Gladfelder, aye.
Courtney.
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin.
O'Brien, aye.
Mark.
Rooney, aye.
Pat.
Harris, aye.
Peter.
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted the minutes as written. Next up, request for a continuance under an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation. Sarah Chirano Flores, Nutter, McClellan and Fish, LLP, 24 Willis Lane, Falmouth, Mass. Request for confirmation of the following resource area boundaries and buffer zones: coastal beach, coastal dune, salt marsh, and bordering vegetated wetlands. Jen?
Yes,
Kevin?
Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a continuance until December 16th.
So move.
Second, Gladfelder.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this until 12/16. Betsy.
Gladfelder, aye.
Courtney.
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin.
O'Brien, aye.
Mark.
Rooney, aye.
Pat.
Harris, aye.
Peter.
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. This hearing is continued until 12/16. Next up, requests for determination of applicability. The easel fell apart, bear with me. First up, Brendan J. and Sarah G. Murphy, 40 Oyster Pond Road, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to remove a detached garage and to construct and maintain a new garage within the existing footprint. Kevin.
Staff recommends a -2 under the state and a -3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
Gladfelder, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy.
Gladfelder, aye.
Courtney.
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin.
O'Brien, aye.
Mark.
Rooney, aye.
Pat.
Harris, aye.
Peter.
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up, Timothy and Lynn Hagan, 105 Mariners Lane, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to remove an existing sunroom and deck and to construct an addition, concrete patio and rinse station. Kevin,
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
Gladfelter, second.
a little slow tonight. We have a
I'm
motion
waiting
and a
for
second.
I'm waiting for somebody else to chip in.
That's all right.
To get rid
We have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Rooney, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up, Christopher Harris, Highland Avenue, North Falmouth, Mass. For permission to compact and regrade the road. Mr. Newton,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff recommends a -2 under the state and a -3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
Patton, second.
O'Brien, second.
all right, now we got a competition going. For the record, Chris, shouldn't you compact it then, I'm sorry, regrade, then compact the road? Just asking. We have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Rooney, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Walsh,
Peter,
aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up, Andrew and Donna Maness, 67 Swing Lane, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to replace a failed sewage disposal system with a new Title V sewage disposal system. Mr. Newton,
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
O'Brien, second.
we have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Rooney, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up, David Ralph, 318 Sherwood Drive, East Falmouth, Mass. For permission to construct a front porch with a roof overhang, to construct an additional living space above the first floor, and to remove an existing shed and part of an existing deck. Mr. Newton,
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
O'Brien, second.
all right, we have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Rooney, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, 44 Water Street, Woods Hole, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to remove and replace existing pavement in the same footprint. Kevin,
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and a -3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
Walsh,
O'Brien, second.
man, you guys are groggy tonight. We have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy,
So I have to recuse myself from this.
okay.
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Rooney, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous with one recusal. Next up, Richard and Marcia DeWolf, 8 Deaconfish Lane, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to replace 2 pier pilings and to replace a post with a timber piling. Mr. Newton,
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and a -3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
Walsh, second.
okay, we have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy,
Gladfelder, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Rooney, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up, Thomas J. and Nicole E. Hines, trustees of the Van Todd Nominee Trust, 164 Penzance Road, Woods Hole, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to repair and maintain an existing stone and concrete seawall. Mr. Newton,
Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and a -3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move.
Walsh, second.
okay, we have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation.
Yeah, good question.
Absolutely.
So I assume this is all handwork, Kevin?
Yes, ma'am. They're going to be using a plink system to keep all the work out of the salt marsh.
Okay. So Gladfelder, aye.
Yeah. Okay. Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Rooney, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up, Terrence J. and Margaret N. Forster, 31 Beckles Lane, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to construct a wall in accordance with the temporary construction easement. Mr. Newton,
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and a -3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Bird, so move. And I have a question. Is the wall is simply to level a road out so it can be the access road?
So this is, if you might remember, we have an open notice of intent application for the property next door. And so this is so they can access that property and utilize the other property as well, because of the work is going to probably spill over there.
Is this wall a temporary wall or?
It's part of the notice of intent. I think Jen, I mean, it's going to come up later, right?
Correct, Courtney. This is this is the construction access. There was a question a few weeks ago regarding the believe it's 37 Beckles Road. More had a concern that the wall was the construction access for that wall on that property boundary was being accessed through this parcel. This parcel was not listed on the notice of intent, so they filed the RDA for construction access.
Okay,
Okay,
sounds like a plan. Thank you.
Patton, second.
we have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy,
Gladfelder, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Rooney, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up are requests for hearing under a notice of intent All hearings of the Falmouth Conservation Commission are held simultaneously under the authorities of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Falmouth Wetlands Bylaw. Although a single decision of the commission is issued, it represents a separate decision under each authority. First up, Robert Carlson, trustee of the 142 Bay Shore Drive Nominee Trust, 142 and 148 Bay Shore Drive, Falmouth, Mass, for permission to remove a concrete wall, to replace a fence, to construct a new fence, and to increase the width of on-street parking. Jen?
I will save any of my comments until after the presentation, and I do need to promote, sorry, I was looking at a chat. I do need to promote Bunker up, and I'm promoting him now as a panelist. Hi, Tom.
Hey, hi, I'm,
You're up.
I'm up, I'm here tonight to push my case here. For the record, my name is Tom Bunker with BSS Design. We surveyed this property and drew the plan, which you don't see yet, but I will share the screen so I can show you a couple of things.
Sure.
Okay, so on here is an aerial photo from a realtor. These people just recently bought it, you know, in a trust, this 142 Bayshore Nominee Trust, and which is mainly this property that's in the middle of the picture, but it's the same family that owns the property at 148. And so the work involved is down this property line. Basically, they want to take out and replace this fence through here, and let's see. Do some of the work on the vegetation in this location. So you can see it's there's a dune area in the beach. I'll go over to our plan. We have about 100-foot deep beach and dune complex to the seawall. There is a seawall right along here, which is it holds up the lawn, concrete wall in this location here, and then it dives into the bushes over here. That's this wall coming through here, holding up the lawn. And there's a total of about 177 feet to the existing house. The highlighted purple line is the landward limit of the velocity flood zone elevation. It's a VE elevation 18, and then landward of that, it goes to the flood zone AO, which has no elevation, but it's expected to have 1 foot deep floodwater that occurs when there's a higher peninsula of land, and then the water just flows over. Shore Drive, or Bayshore Drive rather, is at a lower elevation, so the water will just flow over. And so that's why there's no elevation associated with this AO zone. If you'd been out there, you saw that the fence has actually already been replaced. Have a couple of pictures here and show you that fence there. It starts out by that utility pole and runs to, it used to run all the way across over to this little cedar tree here, blocking the view of this wall and blocking the view from the neighbor's house, but now it's family. So the main gist of this filing, because it's in a velocity zone, is to take out this wall and take out this, I want to remove the juniper cover here and replant so they have a homogeneous, on the other side of this wall, it's Rosa rugosa. I can show you here is Rosa rugosa, which spills downhill toward the beach on this side of the wall, and then that rug juniper on the south side of the property line. So basically, they want to take out that kind of an eyesore of a wall and have it just generally the same vegetation across the property line for the family to be on both sides. And you can see that this fence actually was put in about 6 feet farther landward than what I showed on the wall, on our plan rather. But it did reduce the amount of fence, by about 40 some feet in the velocity zone. We took that out, and we'll also be taking out that block wall in the velocity zone and then doing this planting. And so that fence is part of it. And then also there's about 4.5 foot wide stone gravel area here along the edge of the pavement. And they just want to increase that by about 1.5 feet. So it's a total of 6 feet wide in this area here. So they can have a few cars parking because they don't have a lot of driveway area there. So they can just have a couple more cars parking along the side without pulling up onto the lawn and disturbing the lawn area. So that's the gist of the proposal. I will stop the share and take any questions.
Thank you, Tom. Jen, do you and/or Kevin want to begin?
Can you bring up the picture again, please?
The aerial picture or the?
No, the photo.
Yep. This photo?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Hang on 1 second. They already took out the stockade the stockade fence near the wall, correct?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said the wall that was along this, the fence that was along the wall has already been removed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the new fence has already been installed.
Yes.
Okay. And do you need is the grade on both sides of this wall the same, or is there going to be any regrading?
There's no regrading. You see it the lawn level right at the wall. It's the same level on both sides of the wall here, and then it drops back down again to the lawn that's on the other side.
Okay.
So there's no regrading, just taking the blocks out and replanting.
Okay. That's the only question I had. Kevin Newton, any additional comments or questions?
I just had a question, Tom, about your butter notifications. Did you use both properties, or did you only use 142?
I'd have to check on that.
Okay, the reason I asked is because we had an abutter who felt that they weren't notified, so I just wanted to bring that up on their behalf and ask the question.
I'd have to check and see exactly who. I think that someone called us and said, and my secretary said that she thought we had notified all the proper people. I'll check into it.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else.
Thank you, Kevin. Jen, is that going to be an issue for us closing?
I don't think so.
All right, I'm going to go for commissioner comments. Betsy.
My only question is, this was a previously permitted wall, is that correct?
I would say it's so old, I don't know. I think it was just an sort of an ornamental wall or something that people put in as a backdrop to the planting, but I really don't know the history of it. I didn't ask about that. It's not retaining or supporting anything.
Well, I was just wondering, because part of it is in the velocity zone.
Right.
And if it were.
No, that's right.
And yeah, and if it were a previously permitted wall, that would be one thing. Anyway, I'm just bringing that up.
Yeah, no, and I felt that, I thought you would like it if a barrier was being removed from a velocity zone.
Well, I do.
But yeah, I don't know.
Still like
I don't
it,
know
but
the answer to that.
there's still some that's there.
Yeah.
Fence.
A fence. I felt,
Fence fence.
especially since Maury's not here, that I should bring that up.
You're correct, Betsy.
But
That's
it's
all.
coming out in its entirety, correct?
The wall, yes.
The wall's coming out, but there's still some of that stockade fence that's in it's in the velocity zone, and it's in the Falmouth velocity zone.
Yes. There's still some, the way I had drawn it, it was ending, well, the way I had drawn it, it was about 8 feet into the FEMA velocity zone, and now it's a little more, but of course it's less than it used to be.
But they put it in without, I mean, it's there. The new fence is there prior to getting a permit, Tom. That's the issue.
Yes.
So that might be a problem.
I have to admit, when you started, I thought, oh, well, maybe he's going to say that they didn't want this fence and they were going to they're coming for another fence. But obviously it was what I thought when I went there, which was, it looked like a fence had been put in without permission. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
For now. Courtney?
So my following up Betsy's comment, the question is, how do we deal with this? Are they asking for permission for the stockade fence as well as the removal of the wall?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no idea when these original fences were put in?
No, I don't know.
I mean, if they were put in prior to 1979, then they're kind of grandfathered, but if they were in after that, I think it's important to know whether they were permitted.
Well, yeah, I could look, I mean, I could look at the pictures. I think that, replacing, probably a fence put in 1979 would have fallen down long ago. This
Yeah,
could have
right.
been the second or third generation of fence in the same location, perhaps all just replaced because perhaps without permission.
I don't have any other questions.
Kevin?
No questions.
Mark?
I have no questions.
Pat?
No questions.
Peter?
No questions.
Steve? Steve, you're muted.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen, public chat, questions, comments?
We have one chat, Mr. Chairman. Hello, I am the owner of the house across the street on Bayshore Drive. I do not understand the need to enlarge the stone area on the street as the former owners frequently park cars there without a problem.
Duly
Tom?
noted. All right. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? All right. What you thinking?
I want to know whether that was a legal fence or not.
Yeah, me too.
And if Tom can't find the history that it was a legal fence, then I want the fence removed in the velocity zone.
I can, yeah, sorry. I can research that.
So I guess
If
my
you
bet
want
is
to.
Tom would like a continuance.
If I have to do some research, I will request a continuance for 2 weeks or whatever, whatever it takes to find that information.
Make a motion to continue the hearing until December 16th on the recommendation of the petitioner.
Is that date available?
Hang on one second, guys. Let me just check this one. That's fine.
Okay, I'll second Steve's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this until 12/16, so that hopefully we can find the history of the fence. So with that, I'll take the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelder, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Aye.
All right, is unanimous. This hearing is continued until 12/16. Thank you, Mr. Bunker.
Great, thank you.
Next
Can
up.
IT please remove Mr. Bunker back into the attendee list? I don't think. Thank you.
Next up, Town of Falmouth, 46 Tecuma Way, Wacoit, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to remove a portion of an existing culvert between Boumes Pond and Bog Pond and to install an open-topped concrete trench. Jen, do you know who will be presenting for this?
Yes,
No.
Joel from the Woods Hole Group, Mr. Chairman, and Joel, I just promoted Joel up as panelist.
Excellent. Joel, you're up whenever you're ready, sir.
Record, Joel Kubik with Woods Hole Group. We prepared this notice of intent, actually an ecological restoration project notice of intent.
One second, Mr. Chairman. Is anybody else having trouble hearing Joel? Is it just me?
I am
Yes.
I am.
Is that better?
much
Yes,
better.
thank you,
Yes.
All
Joel.
right, I'll hold it up like
Thank
this.
you.
So I'll share my screen here. Give you guys a little zoom in on where we're looking. So
Thank you.
Wacoit Bay, Caleb Pond, Bog Pond, and Bourne Pond. So there's an existing culvert right here in between Bourne Pond and Bog Pond that's been there for over 100 years, that the town maintains, and it's on a private piece of property right here, which is also under a conservation restriction from the 300 committee. So the intent is for migratory fish to be able to continue up from Wacoit Bay up through the other ponds and spawn in Bourne Pond here. This existing culvert, I'll show you our plan. So here's the old property plan showing that culvert in 1949 and again in 1926. It's still there. So we prepared this plan to show the removal of a portion of that existing culvert and replacement of it with a open-topped concrete trench. Now, Division of Marine Fisheries had previously done a project in this area at the other end, the outland end of Bog Pond, to repair a fish ladder that was making that connection from Bog Pond to Caleb Pond. And this was on their list of things that they wanted to get done in order to continue that route. So we're looking at doing the permitting for this. One of the issues that we came upon while we were doing our work was that both Bog Pond and Bourne Pond are listed as outstanding resource waters. So as soon as we did any work to excavate out the existing culvert that is below the water line of Bog Pond, that triggered a state permit, which then triggered environmental mitigation, which is a bit more work than the town want to take on at this time. The other than providing a better passage for fish between the ponds, this also obviously improves the ability to maintain this culvert. It does get kind of filled with debris and sticks and things. There is an existing concrete head wall at the outlet end of Boumes Pond that has stop logs, and the water levels can be controlled, but it does still get some debris in there, and this can get clogged up. Obviously, that affects the fish passage through that existing culvert. So the intent of this project is to come down from this existing residence. Property owner is on board with all this. This is fully supports this. Coming down his grass pathway here, and then access the existing culvert and remove it. There's a path that comes across here, and the owner also does some maintenance of these trails that are back here with a small tractor and a trailer. So they want to continue being able to access over this existing or the proposed open culvert with that tractor. So we're going to put some open-faced grading on top of that area where the path crosses over the trench. The existing culvert is a 16-inch trench. We're proposing this 3-foot wide reinforced concrete trench that's going to span, again, cross section of it here, 50 feet of the 67 feet of the existing culvert. So again, the new trench is going to tie in with the existing concrete head wall, Boumes Pond end. There will be another end to that culvert, the trench at the Bog Pond side, but again, 17 feet back from the edge of the pond. That's going to tie in with the existing culvert right there, so that little bit still continues on. The resources that are in this area are obviously the ponds. There's a little bit of coastal bank. See, this is man-made coastal bank along the head wall. Bog Pond side, there's a small bank along there. There's a BVW that's closer to the work than that coastal bank. So the intent is to access down here, excavate out that portion of the trench, construct this concrete trench, fill back in with the excavation materials that we've taken out, revegetate these areas with the vegetation that's typical to this area and non-invasive. Put some crushed stone on either side of this pathway so that debris doesn't get tracked into that trench. Then work our way out of here. So there is a potential dewatering bag depending on what time of year and how the water levels are. Obviously, they're pretty low right now, but how that affects the excavation. There is a potential for a dewatering basin to be put over here to pump out so that work can be done. There's a few trees that are going to have to be removed. This culvert has been here for over 100 years, and some trees have grown up right over it. So replacing this in the same footprint is obviously going to affect those. I believe that covers all the big issues, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you, Joel. If you would stop screen sharing. Thank you. Jen, you or Kevin want to start?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I know that MES has been looking at this project for quite a long time. It's very peaceful out there. The only comments I have are that we should write incorporate the time of year restrictions from DMF into the OOC. Other than that, you know, I know the town's been looking at this for quite a while.
Kevin, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Betsy, I'm sure this is near and dear to your heart, so I'm gonna let you start with comments.
It is near and dear to my heart. And actually, I was out there with Chuck, and it was before Mark Patton had retired when they started working on this. And so I'm delighted to see, I remember when they came in for the fish ladder portion, the lower portion. So it's great that this is being done. Nice, concise presentation too, Joel. Thanks.
Courtney,
I have no questions. It's a good project, long overdue.
I agree. That's a long time ago since Mark's been gone.
Mhm.
It is, yeah. And it was peaceful out there then, and it's peaceful out there now.
Let's keep it that way. Kevin O'Brien.
No questions or comments at this time. Thank you.
Mark,
I'm fine, no questions.
Pat,
No questions, thank you.
Peter,
I have a question. What are the specific time of year requirements that the Massachusetts state agencies are suggesting? And will it be incorporated exactly into the conditions?
I can answer that. It's herring passage. So it's, what is it, March 15th to June
June
15th,
30th.
I think.
So it's March 15th to June 30th to protect, for all in-water work, Peter. And what we usually do is we literally just cut and paste the Division of Marine Fisheries recommendations right into your order of conditions. So it's March 15th to June 30th for all in-water work. And construction activities can be conducted on site while stopping the outflow of Boumes Pond with stop logs at the outlet during July 15th through September 15th. And then water flow must be restored September 16th through November 15th for migration. So,
Thank you. No further questions.
thank you. Steve,
No questions, except how many corn ponds do we have?
I think two.
It's like
at
eel
least
pond.
two.
How many eel
Excellent.
ponds do we have?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Jen, do we have any public comments or chat?
Not on this project.
I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Bird, second.
All right. You heard it, folks. We have a motion and a second to close this hearing. Betsy,
Gladfelder, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Renee, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Steve, you're muted.
Thank you. It is unanimous. This hearing is closed. Thank you, Mr. Kubik.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Joel.
May I make a comment, Jamie?
Sure.
Yes, this is for Peter Walsh.
Can I
So,
listen?
yeah, everybody can listen. So the little fry, you know, how we had kind of a dry summer, but you have all the babies in the pond, the baby fish. And when there's a big rain, there'll be a big exodus of them. So one of the people from Coonamessett River Trust, well, they're doing research down there on water quality. They emailed me a couple of weeks ago to say for 4 hours, they were working up and down the pond. There were thousands and thousands and thousands of fry going down the river.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's exciting.
Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
All right. And also, I would like to mention, welcome Sam Patterson, our Board of Selectmen liaison, has joined the meeting, and I know he was in earlier, and I neglected to mention it. Sorry, Sam, don't take it personal. Next up, Joe Jackson, 0, Bywater Court, parcel 023, lot 016, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to construct a single-family dwelling and install mitigation plantings. And before anybody says anything, I want to remind you, this is a new application. Let's not go backwards. Ben, do you want to start, or do you know who's
Mr.
presenting?
Chairman, I have promoted Tom Bunker and Teresa Sprague up to present the project. Is there anybody
Excellent.
else on the project team I should be promoting up?
No, I don't believe so.
Nope, okay, excellent, thank you.
Welcome back, Tom.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to say, as Yogi Bear, this is a deja vu all over again.
Yeah.
Not just because I was here earlier tonight, but I was here a month ago. We did have a previous hearing on this project and we had a denial. And so we did make some changes and we are back again. The site, it's a vacant site, probably maybe one of the only vacant lots in the Bywater Court neighborhood. And it fronts on Fresh River, which is, well, it's tidal, but it's a river. And so it has a riverfront area. I didn't highlight it on here, but 100 feet in from the edge of the river, the water body. So we have this, basically this line here. This is the inner riparian zone that's 100 feet, and the outer riparian zone extends another 100 feet all the way out to beyond the lot. We also have land under a water body, has a 75-foot zone A, which runs right through this line here. And has a little wiggle because the water body goes out like this. So the
You think
zone
you're
A.
sharing, Tom?
Yeah,
You think
didn't.
you're sharing?
I didn't share it, did I?
No.
Okay, please allow me to share it. I'll start over.
Benji.
I was picturing all that in my mind.
Well, you've seen it before, haven't you? Yeah, sorry about that. I just got carried away. So, Fresh River is over on the left. It's a tidal water body, but it is a river and has a 200-foot wide total riverfront zone. The first 100 feet from the body of water is the inner riparian zone to this line right here, and the 200 feet out is the outer riparian zone to this line, which is well beyond the limit of the property. Another resource area is land under a water body, which has a 75-foot zone A running down this way, and it parallels the edge of the water body itself. So it bumps out a little bit and then back down again through here. And then the zone B of the water body is basically the same as the inner riparian zone line running through here. There's also a coastal bank. There's a stone seawall, a mortared stone seawall along the edge of the river, and the top of that slope along here is a coastal bank. So we have a 50-foot coastal bank, zone A, and there's also a little bit seaward of that, there's also a 50-foot land subject to tidal action, zone A, running through the this area here, and then the 100-foot coastal bank, zone B, and the land subject to tidal action, zone B is out this way. So the entire lot is within flood zone AE elevation 12. It's within the riverfront area. Most of it's within the inner riparian zone. Most of it's within the zone B of other resource areas such as coastal bank, land under a water body, and land subject to tidal action goes to this location. The prior house that was proposed on this site was 16 feet of, let's see here, it was 16 feet plus another 10 feet of overhang. And so what we have now, we've basically taken 10 feet off of the side of this house. So that's been reduced by 400. The coverage has been reduced by 436 square feet by taking 10 feet off of that. We still have this amount of deck here, which occupies some of that space where the zone A of the land under a water body bumps out or as an inflection point to parallel the actual edge of the water. On the previous property, we had this was the line of all of this was to be mitigated. The previous coverage in the zone A was 442 square feet in the zone A. Now we have but 6 feet, tiny corners of that, just over by inches into the zone A. It accounts for 6 square feet. And none of that is touching the ground. The foundation of the house is only 15 feet wide. You can see down here, 15 feet touches the ground, and then the last foot to make up the 16-foot width of the house is 9.5 feet above the ground. This deck overhang is 9.5 feet above the ground. And so for the very small amounts of area, this where it's just small corners go over into the zone A, will not. There will be shaded sometimes in the morning, but them being 9.5 feet above the ground, there will be light to the ground, enough light to the ground to support vegetation every day when there's enough light anyway. We've reduced that a lot. There was previously there was required to be, the calculation for mitigation was 3,562 square feet, and that required mitigation has been reduced by 1,400 square feet, the required calculation, but the actual line of the mitigation has stayed the same. So although the house has gotten smaller, the mitigation amount has not gotten smaller. This line of the lawn stayed where it is. So now we have 15 feet at the ground level. There's 15 feet from the house to the edge of the lawn, and even from this deck area, which up top, there's 11 feet wide lawn area. So that's totally adequate for future maintenance access around the house. And this is a lot of mitigation to go in here. As you know, this site has presently no natural vegetation, and now we're adding 7,000 square feet of natural vegetation to the property. I'll show you this plan is in the narrative. This area was started to be developed in 1940. With this bywater court, and on this plan it's just called Common Way, but this is the land court plan. Lot 16 is the property we're working on right here. So the lot was created in 1940, and that meets the requirement, satisfies the requirement for the riverfront to be a pre-existing lot prior to the adoption of the Riverfront Act. We have some photo, this photo here is from 1950. You see a number of the houses, they started on the east side. So a number of the houses on the east side have been built and, you know, could be occupied. The lot we're talking about, you know, is over here. The road has been put in. So, you know, one house up in the corner and another house, but the road has been put in. Evidence of some scrubby vegetation, but it's not well vegetated. See, the whole area is just not vegetated. Whether that was, well, from whatever reasons, it was not vegetated at the time, and it's in 1960, 10 years later, there are some shrubs and small trees growing up, but it's hard to tell, but there's some vegetation in there growing up. 1968 photo, still sparse vegetation. This has never been well vegetated. As you see, the lot to the northeast started in the same condition, but now has more vegetated growth on it than here, which is still barely some perhaps large shrubs growing in there. And in 1975, the same location, this area, particularly the area along the river, there's nothing growing there. But further inland there are trees, but in general the whole area is left treeless and unvegetated. So we have this house comment again that this is on the town sewer, so there's no septic system required. So there'll be no effluent, denitrified or not, going into here. The town neutral flow allows 4 bedrooms. This is called a 3-bedroom house, but we could have, I believe, 4 bedrooms on this lot to tie into the town sewer in this location. A gravel driveway to decrease the amount of runoff, and we're fairly far from the pavement of Bywater Court, and the driveway will access the driveway through another existing gravel driveway. I'll point out this proposal, the proposed house construction will be modular type. This is much quicker. The contractors can get in and out much faster, just get that foundation built and lift the modules up onto it and get it weather tight, and much quicker to get the site planted and have those plants take hold and reduce the risk of erosion and get those plants growing quicker using the modular home type of construction. And as I said, it's 9.5 feet off the ground because we're in the flood zone. This is elevation 4 here. The flood zone is 12. The house has to be at 13, and it's lifted up a little bit more just so that there's a full story underneath for parking and storage underneath it. On this site, particularly within the Zone A, it will always be a vegetated surface. On the west side of the house, there are, at the moment, I think I will let Teresa, I'll stop my share, and Teresa can talk about the mitigation planting that will be put in here and the benefit it has, the natural benefit it has, and then we'll get back into some other comments about the lack of negative effects on this and the increase in benefit effects from this project. I'll stop my share so that Teresa can say a few words.
If you would pause for a second, Teresa, before you start. We have a technical glitch. Jen, do you know if Susan's back in the mix?
She doesn't have video yet, Mr. Chairman. She said after this hearing, she would like to pause if we could to see if she could reboot, but
After
Susan,
the hearing's complete.
talk to us. No, I don't think she can even do that, Mr. Chairman. So I know she doesn't have video. She did say when Tom and Teresa were finished. So I guess that means finished with this particular hearing. So I think we should just go on, and then once this hearing is completed, just take a 5-minute break or something, see if she can't reboot.
Okay. Thank you. Teresa, thank you for waiting. You're up.
Sure, thanks. Thank you, Jamie. With your permission, can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okie dokie. Okay. So here we have the mitigation plan for the project Tom just described. This will look very familiar to you because nothing has changed from what we were previously proposing regarding mitigation within the 50-foot and 100-foot buffer zone. We're looking at a total of 7,043 square feet of currently lawn area, and I'd be happy to share some images just as a reminder of what this site currently looks like. We've got lawn right up to the edge of the stone channelized river with the fencing trying to prevent geese from getting into the area, and a very lonely plastic coyote in one corner, hoping to fend off a marauding gaggle of geese that are clearly visiting this site on a very regular basis from my experience walking through the site. So we're looking at 7,043 square feet total to be restored to naturalized vegetation. 5,660 square feet of that is within the 50-foot buffer zone to the coastal bank. 1,383 square feet within the 100-foot B zone. After the lawn has been removed, and we are proposing to remove the turf lawn, it's clearly been well maintained with fertilizer, etc. Planting shrubs into this directly, I think, would be a recipe for disaster. So we would be proposing to remove the existing turf grass and then seed the entire area with the native grass and wildflower mix. And then after that area has been established with grasses, and once the construction is complete, we'll be looking to plant that out with 358 native shrubs and 7 native trees. And that's looking to meet your mitigation requirement for 1 tree for every 1,000 square feet of mitigation. We are continuing to propose a 4-foot wide access path just to allow access to the edge of the river, which would be maintained with native grasses, mown as necessary in order to allow it to be open. We will require temporary irrigation for the first couple of growing seasons, and then once plants are established, all the temporary irrigation will be removed. The shrubs that we're proposing, trees that we're proposing, black tupelo, pitch pine, Quercus bicolor, swamp white oak, and then a mix of native shrubs that are appropriate for this area, including summer sweet, winterberry, holly, bayberry, sumac, viburnum, rose, pasture rose, as well as some of the sweet fern, which is somewhat controversial, but I think is appropriate to this particular site. So I think overall, this is a net benefit. I think we in general agreed to the fact that this is a net benefit for the resource area as far as the mitigation goes. Our balance here was meeting the Falmouth wetlands regulations as well as the riverfront area. We're proposing to plant this out to the extent feasible in order to meet the regulations under the riverfront protection area regulations, as well as leaving an appropriate amount of access area, the 10 feet off of the structure that's required under Falmouth wetlands regulations. So we have not increased the mitigation any closer to the structure than was previously proposed in order to meet the Falmouth regulations on this particular site. The area of the lawn that's proposed around the house would be a mix of fescue grasses, would meet all of the Falmouth wetlands regulations as far as lawn maintenance. And the area of the overhang would not provide any shade. And I think we've showed previously in our SketchUp analysis of sunshade analysis that there would not be any shading under the previous plan. And with this scaled back plan, this is certainly shown that the entire area directly around the house, with the exception of the proposed gravel driveway, will remain impervious surface as it's defined by the Falmouth regulations, which is that it will support the growth of vegetation. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the proposed mitigation.
Thank you, Teresa. Jen, do you want to begin?
I just have couple of questions and a comment. So, this, like, similar to the last project, I mean, the overall project does not meet the setback requirements for that 75 feet for land under water bodies. I do have a question. Teresa, I seem to remember you're not doing a phased planting on this one. It's just going to be planted after the house gets built?
So the proposal here is because the house is going to be a prefab, it's generally outside. According to the property owners, the prefab construction reduces the amount of time construction will be happening on the site significantly. So the goal would be, if this project is approved, to get the work underway, and then we would be ready to plant next season. So it wouldn't actually require a phased planting because the prefab construction is much quicker than a traditional construction.
So Jamie, I know you didn't want to go back, but the last project was prefab and you had proposed a phased planting. So if it's still a prefab, what's the difference?
So basically we'll be planting the entire area this spring.
This spring?
Yes.
So that's your
Spring
2021.
2021. Yes.
Okay.
May I say something about that prefab and the planting? We should be, put a condition in that the building, when it's delivered, it's not behind the foundation. You follow me?
Yes. Okay.
Because generally they get delivered ahead of time, and we wouldn't want it placed, you know, up to the riverfront.
Okay. Again, you know, the proposed project, the lawn area, that kind of doesn't meet your setback to that 75 feet. And then therefore, if it doesn't meet the setback for the municipal bylaw, I'm not quite sure it does meet that riverfront regulation that says that it, you know, a single family dwelling shall be, you know, allowed, you know, but it does need to meet all municipal, state municipal regulations. So again, my comments stand from the last hearing. I just had a question on that vegetation. Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Kevin, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to read for the record in a butters letter. You all should have received it this morning. Amy had forwarded it along, but I'm going to read it anyways just to make sure. Just bear with me, please. To the members of the Falmouth Conservation Commission, my name is Ralph M. Roberto. I own the property located at 15 Seagull Lane. I am a butter located directly across the river from the proposed project. My first notice of this project arrived in my mail November 27th, evening of Thanksgiving weekend. I requested and received the materials regarding this hearing on Monday of this week, which has allowed very little time to review and understand the materials or to secure representation or other expert advice. I will attend the virtual hearing scheduled for this evening to review the matter, but it is my understanding I will not be allowed to speak. Therefore, I respectfully request that my letter be provided to the members of the committee and read into the minutes of the meeting. I am not an engineer, nor am I familiar with all the details contained in the Wetlands Protection Act. From my reading of the narrative to accompany a notice of intent to construct a single-family house on Lot 16, Bywater Court in Falmouth, Massachusetts, prepare for Joe Jackson and Lindsay Poocher, it is clear that the proposed construction does not meet the criteria of the Falmouth wetland regulations. On page 2 of the document, the preparer states that the proposal does not strictly meet the regulations. The proposed site is located in an environmentally sensitive area, which the regulations are there to protect. I strongly encourage the committee members to reject this application to construct a 3-bedroom home unless the plans are revised and meet the existing regulations that are in place to preserve this sensitive area. I see no reason that the regulations should not be met in full. I would also ask for additional time so concerned abutters have the opportunity to retain experts to review the plans and their environmental impact. The additional time will also allow for a thorough document review pertaining to the subdivision plan of Bywater Court dated 1940, as referenced in the narrative referenced above, and all the other records pertaining to the site to ensure the site is actually a buildable lot. Thank you for your consideration. Ralph M. Roberto, 15 Siegel Lane.
Thank you. All right, commissioner comments. I'm going to start with Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about the photographs that were presented showing the condition of the property from 1950 to 75. And I don't know if Tom wants to answer this question or if I should get the staff's opinion on it. Those photographs weren't in the package that we received. And when I look at them on this screen, it's very hard for me to tell what they are demonstrating vis-a-vis existing vegetation over time.
Pat, they were submitted after the original packet, so you should have received them in a subsequent, a later package.
I apologize. I
Later.
need a notice to
Yeah.
come back with additional stuff. Do you have an opinion, Jen, as to what is being shown, for example, in 1975, that there is vegetation on the site, but it seems to be, I don't know what it's showing in 1975. Does the staff have an opinion?
I mean, we look at it that there's a small portion of the existing lot closer to the river that's cleared, but that there is a vegetated layer kind of sort of in line with the existing house on the northern lot. From that house to the road, it looks like it's vegetated to the staff. But it's clearly from the house towards the riverfront, towards the Fresh River, it does look like it is being maintained as a lawn at that point.
Okay, so this is almost pretty much the inverse of what you would expect to receive rather than have the encroachment going towards the wetland resource, the clearing and the grassing, if I understand your comments, took place on this property in 1975, but that there was vegetation, and I don't know if we're going to conclude it was natural vegetation, from a point landward, approximately coincident with the edge of the house next door. Okay. So my question, and this has nothing to do with the current landowner, it has to do with who in sometime after 1975 cleared and seeded for lawn the remaining buffer A. A landowner, the current landowner, the owner of the property, not the petitioner who I understand has a P&S agreement, but the landowner is responsible for correcting violations of our regulations. So I'm left with this dilemma, and it hadn't been discussed much at the last application, but if after 1979, that property, natural vegetation, the A zone was removed, was that done in violation of our bylaw? And if so, should there be an enforcement action against the successor and interest of this property? I don't know. That's my question. That's, we'd need more information if the applicant is seeking to prove that this alteration of the Zone A was done legally, i.e. prior to 1979, or with an order of conditions. It's a different story. We should wait for that evidence. If not, the query is, does this warrant an enforcement action against the current landowner? All I have to say.
And-
Thanks.
All right. Peter,
I have a question for Jen, and it's probably hard questions, but the first thing is that if the original development in 1940, if they had built a house right on the riverfront and continued to occupy that house to the present day, that would be legal, right?
Correct.
Okay, if they had a right to build something on that lot and the passage of the Falmouth wetlands regulation came up and passed, now they have to comply with the Falmouth regulations, including a 75-foot buffer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in the past, we haven't allowed a lot of exceptions to the 75-foot buffer rule.
Staff has recommended you do not. Correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
all right. Steve,
We've reviewed this a number of times. I understand the regulations and our need to comply with them. This proposal, because it was an existing lot, and as Peter just said, if there had been any dwelling on here at all, this property would probably be an improvement on what was there previously. And certainly the vegetated area is an improvement on the existing condition. Whether or not they were maintained in violation of the regulation or not, it's hard to tell. It looks pretty natural looking, and I overall think that this would be an improvement to the site. I am concerned about a violation of the regulations. Thank you.
it's kind of curious that that whole development was developed pretty rapidly, that one lot was left as long as it's been left. Kind of weird. Betsy,
I have a question for Tom.
Okay.
Tom, is this do you consider this a redevelopment project?
Well, certainly, I think that the site, what's that?
This is the crux of the question, right?
Right, well, it's redevelopment. I mean, I think that this site has been pre-developed. That is, I think that the whole site there, the whole Bywater Court area was graded and roads put in to get house sites ready for a house on each lot. So I think in that respect, the development was begun on that lot, but I think clearly there's never been a house put onto it. But this is not, it has not been natural untouched land since 1940. And I think that it was some degree of development did occur on the entire subdivision, but it just wasn't finished on this one lot.
So your assignment, if you wish to accept it, is to show that this was legally altered prior to 1979. If there's been vegetation since then, and then it was cleared, then it wasn't legally altered. So you have that window of time.
This was the 75 was the last picture we know of. I don't know where to go for more. Perhaps the engineering department might have more photos, but they're not available on the website.
Yeah, you might ask engineering, or you might ask Bob Shea if he knows of other potential places.
Check with the engineering department. I know they have a set of small like photos, but I don't know what year they are.
Mhm.
I'm trying to bring up the 95 aerial and my computer is not cooperating right now. So I can't even pull that one up. It's spinning. So but I do know there
Bruce?
might be other places that you can look for aerial photos.
Yeah, I'll check. I'll check with the engineering, see if, I know, I'm sure they have some others.
I want to say 91, but I'm not sure, but they might have 91.
I think there are other sets, because I've done this for studies of other areas. So
Yeah.
there are sets between 75 and the ones that come every year now, or every other year.
I do know there have been some flyovers, and I have seen some aerial photos from different points in the 80s, Tom. So double check with Bob, like Betsy and engineering.
Right.
Teresa, do you have something to add to that?
I do. Just have a couple of comments. One is just out of curiosity. I went back through the USGS topo maps back to 1886. This is filled marsh, frankly, the entire area back through that. So if you go back and look at the old USGS maps, I know, again, it's a developed site like a lot of areas in Massachusetts. So it's been a continuously disturbed site back at least as far as we can get USGS topo maps. It's really interesting to look at the topo view maps from 1886 through 1950s and how this area was developed and how it was disturbed and changed. It is not a natural area, as you can tell by the channelized river. So that's just one point I want to throw out to the commission. This is a highly disturbed area. What we're proposing to do regarding mitigation is the best that we can to bring it back to some form of natural state. Is it the natural state that this area would be in if it had never been filled marsh? Absolutely not. We're not proposing that it's going to be that. But we are trying to do our best to provide the mitigation that's going to give the best protection for the resource area, which is basically a cement river compared to the rest of the all of the other developments in the area. So I just want to point that out. And the other thing that I also want to point out is again, the intrusion into the 75-foot A zone for land underwater bodies. We're looking at 5 square feet of cantilever. There is no ground cover in that area. And I know every town looks at it differently. I was just doing an on-site today in Chatham on another project where we have a cantilever deck, not considered an alteration in Chatham, because it's cantilevered and there's no alteration whatsoever to the ground surface. Now, will there be some temporary alteration within the A zone for this particular prefab construction? Some minor alteration, yes. But under the Falmouth wetlands regulations, the way we've always defined impervious surface is surface that will not support the growth of vegetation. Will there be any surface that does not support the growth of vegetation within the A zone when this project is complete? Absolutely none. The entire A zone will be vegetated. So there'll be no impervious surface within the A zone. It's just something I want to bring to the commission's attention and just discuss and throw it out there. I understand that as a policy, you take a bird's eye view of this, but I don't know, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that there's anywhere specifically in the regulation that states that a cantilever is a disturbance of the ground cover or creates impervious surface.
Question, the zone A for the land underwater bodies is 75 feet, correct?
That's correct.
And you just stated that the entire zone A will be vegetated.
It will be,
And it won't be, only 60 feet will be.
It will support the growth of vegetation. There's a
You
5.
said it would be naturally vegetated. That is
No,
the,
no, 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 no. I said under the Falmouth wetlands regulations or the way you've defined impervious surface,
No, you
it's
said-
surface that does not support the growth of vegetation. And in this case, grass will be able to grow in that area. So I'm going back to other projects and other definitions, but this is my understanding of the way Falmouth.
You're
is-
going to other towns. We operate under
No,
the,
no, I'm not. The only thing I brought up for as far as.
is
other
Chatham.
the cantilever, but I'm going specifically to Falmouth with the idea that the definition of impervious surface is surface that does not support the growth of vegetation. And that's how Falmouth has defined it, and that's what we've always worked under. And in this particular case, vegetation will be allowed to grow within the entire A zone. So I just want to point that out.
I want to
Crystal clear, thank you.
that
Good.
we've gone through this cantilever issue before, and you give an inch, a mile is taken. We've learned this the hard way. That is why this board takes a bird's eye view. It's a very simple way to look at something. You've had things cantilevered. I remember a project that had a 15-foot steel beam cantilevering over. So the staff has stated our position.
All right. Courtney,
The couple of questions. One is, I would agree with Teresa that the area has been sort of historically modified and so on. But the question about the alteration of the lot and raises an interesting question about the previous ownership of the lot. And that might give an indication as to what the motivation was for clearing it. If we go back to 1975, for example, which was before the wetlands bylaw, someone could have been maintaining that lot, making it grass, and they would have been within their rights. And under the bylaw, where an owner is allowed to maintain what existed, the condition that was existed prior to 1979. It's quite possible that the previous landowner owned a house in the same vicinity and wanted this lot, and this may explain why it wasn't developed, wanted this lot so that it would protect his water view. And, things change. So, so the first question becomes, was it lot cleared then and then continually maintained up to the time when that lot was acquired by the current owner? Then the question becomes, if that was a, does that make the lot fall under the area of redevelopment? In my view, it's kind of a moot point because if there was no house there, then you can't redevelop. It's in other words, if there's no house, I don't think that it constitutes redevelopment. If you now put a house on it, regardless of whether somebody owned it and mowed the lawn every year. So, it's an interesting quandary. So we're back to whether or not we can allow this can work within the 75-foot buffer, and I would be concerned about going down a slippery slope.
Kevin,
No comments at this time.
Mark,
Comments.
okay. Jen, is there anything in the public chat function
Not at this time.
aside
Mr.
from what's
Chairman.
been read in? Okay. All right.
Amy, I believe I've just received a message from the property buyer and they may want to speak. I'm not sure if they've raised their hands or put it in chat.
Teresa, is his name Joe?
Yes.
I am promoting Mr. Joe up to be a panelist. And this is a potential buyer, correct?
This is
Teresa?
our client. He's here. He is. This is our client who is interested in purchasing this property. Yes.
Okay.
Joe,
Hi,
go ahead.
everybody. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for reviewing our project tonight. I guess my main question to the board is, you know, Teresa, Tom, myself, my wife have been doing a lot of work to try and get this project built. And I guess our main question is each meeting we have, different little snippets of things are brought up. So it's kind of like trying to put a puzzle together. I guess our main question is, what do we need to do to be able to build a house on this lot? Because it's been a dream of ours for a long time, and there's a lot hinging on it. So, you know, just one question, that's it. We're trying to do the best we can for the resource. We also care about the environment. We just want to be able to enjoy it in that location. So that was all I wanted to say.
Thank you. All right, Jen, what are we thinking? Do we need the photographic?
Well, I think that Pat and Betsy wanted to see the photographs. I think it would help Courtney.
We need to know whether it was illegally, to answer Joe's question. We need to know that whether it was a legally altered lot. If it was a legally altered lot, then it's redevelopment and there's a different standard.
So I have a question. The pictures
Re-look
that
at the,
Tom submitted, are they do not suffice? Hold on, Pat. All right, Pat, go ahead.
I don't agree with Betsy's conclusion that this could be a redevelopment. It's a vacant lot. But I also, if this was illegally altered, if the second part of the property was cleared in violation of the bylaw, don't you all agree with me that the natural vegetation has to be restored within the zone A from that point back? And then the construction comes in, and that makes it easier to analyze what is being suggested here, that it's only a small intrusion into zone A. Even if they, I agree with staff's advice to us that we don't allow small deviations. Our regulations are what they are. And if we give a little here and there, it is a slippery slope. I know this is confusing for the applicant, but, and it isn't their activities that created a potential violation, but we need to know if it was cleared, the second half, the landward side of the lot, if that was illegally cleared, if the natural vegetation was illegally removed. I have nothing else.
Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, just one other comment. The small shrubs that are on the bywater court side of the property that appear to be removed are outside, because the property line is so far set back from the road. That was actually not even a part of this lot. I think there was one tree at one point, which you can kind of see in the photograph from 1975, which just in conversations over the summer with the seller, that tree had been dead. So at some point they had removed it. So whether or not removing a dead tree is a violation, I have no idea, but that's the extent of my knowledge of the existing vegetation on the lot.
Thank you. Jen?
no, I have nothing to add.
No. Okay. All right, Mr. Bunker, what are we looking at? Would you like a continuance or would you like us to close?
I think that, I don't know if they can nod in agreement. I think that, I mean, particularly if we want to look at Some more photographic evidence. See if I can find some from 1979 or 80 for evidence of vegetation. Or maybe if, Joe, if you want to fine tune one thing or another, I don't know if you'd agree that we could do a short continuance.
All right,
Joe, do you?
Mr. Jackson? I'm sorry. Hold on, Courtney.
Sorry, I would say a continuance, if we provide the proper evidence that was requested, as long as we don't have that hearing and then there's another issue to kick the can down the road, so to speak. I'd like to have everything on the table now so that we can try and address everything possible.
Well, I mean, what we're asking for is one thing, but it's a pretty broad thing, so. Hold on, Mark. I'll let Jen address that in a second. Courtney?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important, number one, to determine whether or not this lot was legally cleared or not. And that might involve researching or getting testimony from previous owners as to when they started clearing it, who maintained it, and that kind of thing. But
Well,
beyond,
that's what Tom's gonna be doing with the pictures,
yeah, exactly, that's a Tom
attempting
assigned.
to do.
But the other point about this is, in a sense, it's a great question and it's very interesting to know. But the question is, why do we need to know that information? And it comes down to whether or not Betsy's interpretation of the regulation that if it's been maintained legally since 1975 or before, means that this is a redevelopment project, that changes the parameter. So there needs to be a question about, what is the definition of redevelopment and how does it apply to this? So I see a hand in the air from our esteemed administrator. So I'll defer to her.
Thank you.
FWR 10.18. 2F. Redevelopment means 1, replacement, rehabilitation, or expansion of a legally existing structure. And also 2, addition, rehabilitation, or replacement of an accessory structure and occurrence, but not limited to, swimming pools, sheds, freestanding garages, decks, patios, landscape features, and improvements of existing roads on a previously developed site.
Okay,
Mark, you had something?
sure. We clearly have an issue that if that property was put with grass prior to the canonical date, that would be a landscape feature and would qualify as a redevelopment. I just happened to look under on the internet, and redevelopment is any new construction on a site that has pre-existing uses. All sorts of examples, but in specific, our regulations say, among other things, landscape development. So if that were legally landscaped, that would be, could be defined as redeveloped then by putting in a property or house, whatever. That's all.
I would really caution this board to start, and not only on this project, but to start treating lawns as landscape features. Okay, because you're going to start going down a really slippery slope. I absolutely understand that the board is attempting to try to explain this and find a way. But when you start describing lawns as landscape features, which you usually, landscape walls, patios, things like that, you guys are going to start to go down a very, very slippery slope. And that is what I'm here to try to stop you from doing.
Gotcha, Peter. Hold on.
Development is as defined in your regulations, not as defined in the intranet. I think Pat can go to that when the absence of the definition in your regulations, then there's some leeway to go with the common definition, but it's defined in your regulations.
I beg to differ. I think we have landscape feature, and whether you choose to call that shrubs, a hill that's mounded up, or grass, to my mind, that's a landscape feature.
Okay, Becky, you're the commissioners.
Yep.
All right. Peter, you had something?
Yes, I would also suggest that in the category of landscape features, it's built up around the river with rocks, and it's a landscape feature at the riverfront. That's my comment.
Thank you. Betsy?
So not to throw this, another wrench in this, but Jen's going to be very happy because actually I agree with her interpretation. It's replacement, rehabilitation, or expansion of legally existing structures, meaning like a house. And then the second is addition, rehabilitation, or replacement of accessory structures. So this is not an accessory structure. That was written so that if people have, if there's a house already there and they had stuff in the A zone and they wanted to reshuffle the stuff in the A zone in areas that just had lawn, so they didn't add any impervious surface, they could do that. So I'm back and I agree with Jen. Pat wants me to say I agree with her also.
That would be nice.
Courtney, something new?
Only that I agree with Betsy. I agree with Jennifer and Pat on this because there are a number of situations that we can be envisioning down the road where properties have been maintained down to water's edge with retaining walls and so forth, large estates that can be broken up. And now you have a lot that was formerly vacant, sitting next to, on the water, but having no structures on it. And they can come in, if we allow this, they can come in because it's been manicured lawn down to the water and say, therefore, we can put a 10,000 square foot house up here. And I don't think the language of this of redevelopment falls into that category. And so reluctantly, I'm concerned about this. So perhaps the only way that these folks can get what they want is to go look, see if there's grounds for a variance. The only option I see for them.
Yeah, you know, this one's a tough one because, I mean, I personally don't see it as a redevelopment. I agree with the strictest definition of a redevelopment. Having said that, they're proposing to vegetate the whole A zone. Having said that, being on the Coastal Resiliency Action Committee, our concern is development in, you know, short-term future flooded from, you know, sea level rise. So kind of a tough one any way you look at it. All right, so Tom, how much time do you want? Do you think it's necessary? What would be helpful? Is that a better way to ask?
Tom, you're here on the 16th anyway.
I'm here on the 16th anyway for another continuance.
I'll get you, Mr. Jackson.
Joe, yeah, I know what Joe wants to me. See what Joe has to say first.
All right, Mr.
Sorry,
Jackson.
just to clarify, the redevelopment versus development, what is the difference there in terms of requirements?
Well, if you already
Redevelopment,
had a house on the property, you'd have
You
the
already
right
had
to
a structure.
redevelop it, to expand or remodel, what have you.
I think it
And
has
our
to do,
definition of, sorry?
it would have to do with the zone A, if you can do work in the zone A or not.
So if the house is complete, if there's no cantilever whatsoever, is there any question at this point? If it's back, you know, if the 5 square feet is eliminated, is there an issue at that point?
In
Doesn't
staff's
matter, the
opinion,
conduit.
that project line needs to maintain that 75 foot, that includes the grass. And the staff, we're just reading a strict interpretation of your regulations. That zone A buffer is 75 feet, no work. Any other time it would be no lawn, no anything, and that is encroaching in that 75 foot. And I understand that Teresa says she's revegetating it, but we're revegetating with shrubs for 60 feet. And then the last 15 is grasses. See, I said grasses, Teresa.
But I just have one clarifying question. So if there's existing grass in the A zone and that grass, some of that grass is to remain in the A zone, is that not keeping it vegetated as it's currently vegetated?
That is what the board can decide.
Okay, thank you.
But we also like to have that structure, that 10-foot separation from that zone A for that structure as well. So that's another thing that's missing in this, Teresa, is that you don't have that separation between that structure is right on that 75-foot line. I know it's a difficult one. You and I talked about this a few months ago when we were on site. It's a really tough site.
Yeah,
I
understand.
And unfortunately, my job is to be very, very strict with the regulations.
But I think under redevelopment though, I think you can, if you have a house there, you can come as close to the resource area as you do now. And then there
But
is
you don't have a house, Tom.
There's a 10-foot work limit that's even 10 feet closer than the house. And that's
Tom, you don't
generally
have a
allowed in the
house.
zone A.
That's the problem. There's no structure right there, right now, Tom. It's development. It's.
Oh, I know, but in those cases, you allow the limit of work to be 10 feet closer than the existing house. It protrudes further into the zone A than the existing house, and that would be like this.
No. Because you're new development, you're not redevelopment.
I know, but we're
That's
not
the crux of
we're not
the issue
disturbing
right
any
there.
natural vegetation.
Pat, you have something else?
And my only point was that's why we get back to establishing whether that or not that alteration was legal. If it was legally altered, there's a different analysis that comes into play with regard to the lawn. But, and again, Jen's bringing up the limit of work issue as well. But if this was illegally altered in that inland portion of the property, the landward portion, it has to be reestablished with native vegetation in the zone A. That's what the regs say.
And we could reestablish in the zone A. I mean, that would be fine. We can add some more trees to reestablish that.
It would be reestablishing it to
I'll
the one tree that's there in 1975.
Well, you can't pick a date. You can't pick a date that you have a photograph from. I mean, lots of things happen in between. So Jen's concern is a 10-foot limit of work, which it's already lawn. That's what you're saying, Teresa. It's already lawn. So you have a limit of work and then you re-establish the lawn in that area. That's your argument.
And that's our dilemma, is do we accept the 15 feet of grass as pre-existing?
Well,
Or
right.
at least that's one of the dilemmas, All right.
And that's why you guys make the big bucks.
Yeah, right. We need to move forward. Courtney, if it's something new,
Yeah, there is. I mean, you're trying to get us to bend a little bit on our regulations, and we're struggling with that because we're sympathetic to what you're trying to do. However, it seems to me in looking at your plan, if you were to move this house nearer the street by,
we've been there before, Courtney. You can't move it.
granted, you would have to get variances from the town or zoning or whoever, but maybe that's the avenue you need to follow, is to move the thing back, get a variance to do that, and so that you get it out of the 75-foot buffer that we're struggling with. I mean, I'm trying to help you, that's all.
I guess is the question, do we need to get it out of the 75 foot or do we need to get it out of 85 feet?
I would say if you can, and this is my opinion, that if you can establish that that lot was modified prior to 79, 75 or 79, and it was done so consistently by the previous owners, so they were maintaining what was there, then I guess you could, my view would be that you could deal with the 10-foot of lawn or work area and all of that during your construction. I wouldn't have an issue with it. The issue I have is being within the 75-foot buffer. But if that hasn't been legally cleared, then you've got an issue. So you got to find that out. That's the way I
Jen,
would.
you have something? No, sorry.
Thank you.
Jen, anything else?
I'm trying to for everything. Hang on one second. I don't believe there's any more chats.
You're so close. It's amazing.
Nope, I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So Tom, is the 16th work for you?
It works for me, Teresa and Joe. Is that, I mean, we'll have time to talk and collect our thoughts and be back in 2 weeks.
Excellent.
Okay,
We look forward to it.
At the request of the applicant, I make a motion to continue this till 12/16/20.
Bird second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to continue this to 12/16. The applicants have anything else they'd like to add? All right, we're gonna go for the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Pat,
Parasite.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Aye.
It is unanimous. This hearing is continued until 12/16. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Good luck to you.
Okay, we're gonna stall for a minute. Jen, did you hear from Susan? I see her on the,
Yeah, okay. Susan, we are going to take a break to allow you to try to reboot
Good.
to get some video. So Susan, you can hear me? Let me know you're gonna try to reboot.
okay, we're gonna take 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're back.
You good,
Again, we're
Susan?
under,
All set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
thank you, Susan. Okay, we're still under request for hearings under notice of intent. Next up is Cyrus Fletner, 18 Seabreeze Lane, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to repair an existing Title V sewage disposal system, construct a new retaining wall, and reconfigure an existing parking area. Jen, who's up for this?
I think I am promoting Jack Landers Collie. Jack? Jack? Mr. Collie? IT, can we put Jack back into the attendees? Mr. Chairman, can we take, oh, there he is. Jack, you're muted.
You, okay. Good evening, can you hear me?
Yes.
you're,
Good, I would like to share the screen.
yes, please.
Screen. Good evening. For the record, my name is Jack Landers Coley. I'm a civil engineer in private practice. I have an office at 634 North Falmouth Highway in North Falmouth. And I have been retained by Mr. Pletner to prepare the plan before you this evening. That plan being the upgrading of an existing failed Title V system. To begin with, to describe the lot is, well, it's predominantly a wetland. It was created back in the 1920s. It was purchased by Mr. Pletner about 2.5 weeks ago. We were retained about 3 months ago, and the process of retaining us, we retained Brad Hall to delineate the wetlands that's shown on the plan. A wetlands data sheet should have been submitted with the notice of intent. If you were to look at the plan now, you would see that we have a wetlands line to the west and the north of the existing house. And then if you go across Seabreeze Lane, we also have another wetlands due south. The wetlands to the south is an isolated wetland that was determined by Brad. And the wetlands to the north is a shrub swamp, a red maple swamp, I believe he told me, and is determined to be a bordering vegetated wetland. I'm not sure exactly what it's bordering. I took a look at some of the information in the town, and it didn't seem to me that it was bordering an open body of water. Maybe it was bordering another type of vegetation, vegetated wetlands to the north, northeast, and northwest. Presently on the lot is an existing 5-bedroom house. And as a footnote to this presentation, DSS Design prepared a plan back in 1998. It was approved by the Board of Health and I believe by the Conservation for a 6-bedroom house. The assessor's records say it's 5, and our client said he's satisfied with a 5-bedroom, so we have designed it for a 5-bedroom. In order to do this work, we are going to propose to remove 2 cesspools. There are 2 cesspools at the north corner of the lot. They were actually found by the survey done by BSS. Unfortunately, I didn't plot them on the plan, but they are between elevation 9 and 10, where it says limit of work, and then about 15 feet further away there's another one in that general vicinity. We are going to pump those, fill them, and abandon them. Our proposal is to put a new combination septic tank and pump chamber on the northeast side of the house. In order to do that, we would reroute the plumbing in the house, abandoning the plumbing in the basement. They had, I believe, an old laundry room down there, and it was our opinion and suggestion they abandon it. So we have a proposed combination septic tank pump chamber, which then diverts the effluent to the front of the house. The footprint we show is for a 5-bedroom design, bottom area loaded only. The Board of Health in the town of Falmouth has very, very strict regulations on our design, and we are compelled wherever possible to keep as high above the groundwater as possible. Therefore, it was necessary for us to put a pump in to comply with the local regulation. Having said that, we did go before the Board of Health. The Board of Health approved the project that is before you this evening. That project required us making several modifications. One modification was relocating the water line, which we've done. And, my gosh, I can't remember what the second requirement was, but we made it. When reading the staff report for the Conservation Commission, they said that they recommended putting in dry wells. So we added those dry wells, and that a landscape plan be submitted. We reached out to a local company and asked them to prepare a landscape plan, but given the time frame between the staff report and the public meeting, I didn't have time to have them actually prepare a plan. So I am hoping that we can do one of two things. That is either close the hearing if there are no other issues and await for the landscape plan, or continue it upon receipt of the DEP number, which I understand we have not received, and the landscape plan. I think if we're talking about a 2-week continuance, it would not be problematic to my client. As part of the proposal, we also intend to put a short retaining wall in. We have no choice. We have a condition in Title V called downhill slope requirement. That downhill slope requirement simply means that we have to put in a vertical barrier between the soil absorption system and the ground if the ground slopes away. The alternative to putting a retaining wall in would be to fill this entire area where the boulder is, where the slope goes from the upper parking area to the lower parking area. We felt that a short landscape wall in that area made more sense than trying to fill this entire area and do the landscaping that would be pertinent to the regrading. It also worked out that by putting a short wall in there, we could take the trapezoidal shaped parking area, instead of having one car there, just square it off so we had enough room for 2 vehicles in this location, which we can do over a soil absorption system. Just have to be careful about it. So that's the project. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Jack.
You're welcome.
If you stop sharing, please.
Okay, stop share.
Thank you. All right, Jen and or Kevin?
Jack, are you saying you can get me a landscape plan by the 9th?
No, I probably can't get it to you by the 9th, so it would have to be the following meeting.
Well, then you would.
I can't guarantee it. I reached out to Maria Hickey. She reciprocated and said that she'd be happy to do it, but I did not ask her a time frame.
Okay, so if you want the 16th, we should really have that landscape plan by the 9th if you want to continue this and have this closed on the 16th. If not, we're looking at January.
Well, we're probably at that point where we're not going to do the project till the spring anyway. So if the first available meeting in January can be given to us, I would say that. I would say.
Okay,
we
it's
would
up to
do-
you, Jack. I mean, if you want the 16th and want to try to get Maria to get us something by the 9th, that's fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, I did not ask her that question, so I can't speak for her. I think, why don't we just continue it to the first meeting of January?
Okay. And did you explain to the commission, and I'm sorry if I missed it, that the plan that you just showed them is different than the plan that they have? So the plan that Jack just showed you came in today. It did address some of the issues that the staff had raised in the staff report, like the location of the dry wells. That's why it was a different plan. Okay, just to let the,
Okay,
and he rerouted the water line so it didn't go through the soil absorption system because it would have had to be sleeved, right, Jack?
well, it still has to be sleeves.
Sleeved, so.
Yeah, but the board felt it'd be more appropriate to go around the soil absorption system.
Okay, so,
So we made the changes,
It's a
so we're
little bit
compliant with the
different.
Board of Health. And, again, I think the only thing we're missing at this point is a landscape plan.
and a DEP number. I can't close the hearing without that
Yeah.
DEP number, Jack.
True. So I would, on behalf of my client, I would request a continuance to the first available meeting in January. So we can give you a landscape plan, so we can have a DEP number and hopefully put closure on this.
Okay, I think most of the other things that the staff had concerns with have been addressed. It's just that landscape plan we'd like to see. That's it, for me. I don't know if Kevin Newton has anything to add, Mr. Chairman.
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any additional comment. Thank you.
All right. So while Jen's looking for the date, we'll go for commission comments. Steve?
No comments. It seems like a good plan and I'd like that additional information. Thank you.
Peter?
No questions.
Pat?
No comments, thanks.
Thank you. Mark?
No comments.
Kevin?
No questions.
Courtney?
No question.
Betsy?
No comments.
All right. Jen, is there anything on the public chat function? Oh, I know you.
No, hang on 1 second, Mr. Chairman. Oh, one quick question, Mr. Chairman. Jack, is the driveway going to be impervious or just remain dirt?
Going to remain gravel.
It's gonna remain gravel? Are you expanding that gravel?
Say that again?
Are you expanding the gravel in the zone B?
Yes, we are. And I think that's
So
what
you'll have to
necessitated the
You're gonna have to
landscape.
mitigate for that.
I explained that to Maria already.
Okay, so that'll be incorporated in that plan?
That is correct.
Excellent, thank you. There's no messages in the chat, Mr. Chairman, and the first available hearing in January is January 6th.
At the request of the applicant, I make a motion to continue to January 6th.
Bird, second.
Okay, you heard it, folks. We have a motion and a second to continue this hearing until 1/6 for predominantly the purpose of a landscape plan and obtaining a DEP number. So I'll take the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelder, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Pat and I.
Thank you. It is unanimous. This hearing is continued until January 6, 2021. Thank you, Mr. Cawley.
Ouch.
You're welcome. Thank you. Everyone be safe.
Well,
Thank you.
Thank you,
night.
Jack.
Good night.
Good night. Move. Next.
all right. Next up are continued hearings under a notice of intent. First up, Terrence J. and Margaret N. Forster, 37 Beckles Road, Falmouth, Mass, for permission to demolish the existing single-family dwelling and to construct a new single-family dwelling with walkways, a sunroom, front entry porch, underground wire utilities, water service, AC units, generator, paved driveway, parking, outdoor rent station, mitigation plantings, and other appurtenances, and to upgrade to a new Title V septic system. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I promoted Jeff Ryther, Dan Celine. Jeff, Dan, is there anybody else on your project team?
Dan, you're muted.
You're both muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Dan. Yes, Jeff Ryther, Ralph Cataldo.
Jeff, I promoted Jeff, and then you want me to promote Ralph?
Yeah, Ralph and Bob Ament as well.
Hang on. I just saw Kevin Clower's name. There we go. Is raised. I got him. Here he comes. Thank you.
I seem to be, I can't, no picture. Do you hear? Does anybody hear me?
There we go.
We hear you, Jeff, but we don't see you.
All right.
Now we don't hear you.
I think everybody should activate their videos. There we go.
I'm going to change my name.
Jeff, we still don't see or hear you. Dan, do you have Jeff's plan too, or do you want me to bring it up on my screen? If
No, I have it actually.
You have it? Okay.
Actually, if I could take over the screen, that would be helpful.
Yes, please.
If I can
Do
present
you hear
from
me now?
my computer.
Dan, do you hear me?
I can
Yes,
hear
I
you,
do, Jeff.
All right, that's half of it. I have no picture. My video's out.
Okay, let's see how many. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so thank you very much. I'm Dan Celine, the landscape architect. I'll be the primary spokesman, tonight. Jeff Ryther is the civil engineer, Ralph Cataldo is the builder, and Robert Ament is the attorney for Foresters. We were here, I guess, maybe 3 weeks ago, to introduce our plan at the initial hearing. And some questions came up, some comments about, some characteristics of our plan and some requests for, some analysis. And so we continued the hearing to tonight to, invest our time in that work. And I believe that it's been fruitful. I think our plan has been improved as a result. I hope you will agree. Wanted to start by simply reviewing the initial reviewing the existing site conditions, just so that we sort of have a baseline understanding here as to what the site is. I'm sure you've all visited the site and you probably looked over the plans, but this graphic will make it maybe more clear. Yeah, first of all, we have the coastal bank, which is at the top of the plan. That's just off my screen here. And then we have an A-zone line that runs through the site here about the middle of the lawn, and a B-zone line that runs here, through a corner of the existing house. The sort of natural conditions of the site are all developed right up to the coastal bank, I would say, or where it hasn't been developed. It might have been developed at one time and has since, been become overgrown with invasive, plant materials, which are represented in the sort of fleshy color. The lawn area what we have here is about 12,000 square feet of lawn. So it's so it's all been developed, and it all is substantially in lawn and invasive plants. There's one condition here that I wanted to point out that I think might relate to discussions later on in our hearing, and that is this purple line that sort of extends outside the the buffer up here around the house and across. We're calling that line at an area of contribution towards the surface drainage towards the coastal bank. The topography of this lot is such that the highest points are up at the road. It's elevation 44 at the highest point, and down around the coastal bank, it's down around 24. So it probably dropped 20 feet from the road to the coastal bank, and the landscape slopes continuously along the easterly side yard and across the backyard towards the bank. I'm not sure the water reaches the bank because a lot of it will be absorbed in the lawn. But I just wanted to point that sort of hydrology out to here because it's something that our plan has addressed. Okay, this is a picture of the site that depicts that. This is a photograph down the eastern side yard, and you can see how the landscape basically rolls off, to the coastal bank. And here's the view across the yard. Expansive lawn area, invasive plants, in the distance of several sassafras trees here and some cedars that we planted about a year ago. This is the condition of the coastal bank. It's not pretty, mostly bittersweet, it seems. But there are signs that it is eroding. It seems stable. In fact, good. There's a rocky, substructure, under the growth. So it seems like a stable condition. I'm going to try to let's see, how do I do this? Okay, well, maybe this is good enough. So I want to go through some characteristics of our proposed plan. This is the proposed plan, sort of in a diagrammatic form. What I've got here is the house, a breezeway garage. We've got the driveway and retaining walls and steps. One of the things that a comment that we addressed in our sort of redesign, here is the location of the walls. There was a comment made by staff prior to the last hearing that this wall that turns inboard from the eastern property line was actually in the A zone, and that it should be. I'm sorry.
In the A zone.
Yes, in the A zone, and that it should be relocated out of the A zone. So we made that work. We rounded off the wall as such, and pulled it in so that no portion of the wall in this area it crosses into the A zone. Another change that we made that accomplished two things. Well, three things, actually. One, it removed the structure from the A zone. Secondly, by moving the wall uphill, the wall became shorter. Ms. Hawks commented last time we met that the walls over here were quite high. As a result of this change, I believe the maximum wall height is about 4 feet, which is common, common in B zone construction. Another change we made was related to the rounded walls over to the rear of the garage. Here, the previous design had essentially terraced walls. There was an upper wall that's represented here by the dashed line, and a terrace down to a lower wall. So, in the interest of reducing fill and shortening the walls, we looked at just sort of reducing the size of this outdoor space by pulling it all closer to the garage. And we found that as we move the walls up the hill, that the lower wall was no longer necessary. So the lower wall has been eliminated, and the upper wall has been moved about 15 feet nearer to the garage and further from the coastal resources. So that seems like a big winner in that area. Reduce fill. The wall height about 3 feet in this area, where before we had two walls at 3 feet for maybe a total vertical expanse of 6 feet. The last sort of structural change that we made was there you go. Related to the connection of these walls. We turned this wall in, as I described. We brought this wall back, and then we connected across. Okay, so we joined them and sort of created an opening in the middle. That allowed us to drop the grade on the far side, on the seaward side of the wall, by almost 3 feet. And thereby, reducing the fill requirement again. So these changes, again, we're moving everything further from the coastal resources. We're shortening the wall height so that nowhere on our project are the walls any taller than 4 feet, any longer. We're reducing fill. So anyway, those are basically the structural changes that we made to the walls. Okay, so now let me see if I can. Here we go. All right, now let's talk about the vegetation. As you might recall, there was a considerable mitigation requirement of the project. We are providing 2,908 square feet of mitigation. It's hatched here. I don't know why it disappeared over here, but this area should also be hatched. Okay, it disappeared. It's on your plan. Okay, but it disappeared from this diagram. But this area to the right of the beach path is also mitigation from the coastal bank all the way to the lawn edge. And then, of course, this whole diagonal area, over to the left of the beach path. Beyond the sort of seaward of the mitigation plantings, here we have an area that we're calling coastal zone restoration. It's an area of 1,610 square feet. Again, we're removing invasive plants from that area and planting native plants in their place. Then uphill between the mitigation and our walls, where the vegetation sort of climbs the hill on both sides of our lawn, we're continuing the use of native plants electively, I guess. I'm not sure it would have been required. We were replacing lawn, with and wanting to plant, but it was our our desire from a design standpoint, to continue native plants, up the hillside. Essentially the design idea, not that it matters to you, was that the walls were sort of the defining edge between what's ornamental around the house and what is natural, between the walls and the coastal bank, with the exception of the lawn. All of that totals native plantings of 6,000, almost 6,500, square feet in total. By virtue of all that, we've reduced the lawn by 3,500 square feet. We've reduced the lawn in the A zone 60%. We've reduced the lawn in the B zone 34%. I wanted to say that that all the native areas will be underseeded by native grasses. All the native shrub beds or native shrub planting areas will be underseeded, therefore sort of creating a thick, sort of mat or ground cover, between and under, the native shrubs. We wanted to diversify the habitat and create, a thicker, growth, to slow or prevent any surface water from reaching the coastal bank. Finally, I want to say that an addition that we made that I think is really meaningful, here is that we're going to be installing hay bales along the uphill side of the mitigation plantings. That would be along this line. It's visible in Jeff's plan, but along the lawn edge, as soon as the mitigation plantings are installed. We want to provide that protection, against any erosion, of the rear slope, into the mitigation plantings or beyond. So there'll be protection both on the landward side and the seaward side of the mitigation plantings by hay bales. Let's see here. So let's turn to the matter of drainage, because we made some drainage improvements here, I think, as well. First of all, let me say that you recall I used the phrase area of contribution in talking about the existing conditions and how they went all the way up the street. Here again, the purple line, represents the reduced area of contribution. That is essentially the watershed. You might think of it as the watershed. That is the site area that is flowing, towards the coastal resources. We've reduced that watershed by 69%, essentially, by capturing all of the water, all the stormwater that falls between the walls and the street, or is being essentially captured. Roof runoff to dry wells, inlets, landscape inlets, driveway inlets and such. And we included 1,000-gallon dry well, at this point in the B zone. So stormwater will be captured and directed to that dry well. We revised the slope of the rear yard so that we're sloping actually more steeply at the top and more moderately at the bottom. That way we're reducing fill, and we're also kind of creating a longer runoff, so to speak, for any water that does, sort of travel down the slope to basically, percolate, once it reaches the bottom of the lawn. I guess in that same interest, we've created this small, essentially rain garden or depression, in the mitigation plantings to the right of the beach path here. On the left side, of course, we've got 50, 60 feet deep vegetation, to basically protect any runoff from reaching the coastal bank. We don't know. I personally don't think that we're going to see a lot of water that will reach this area, but we wanted to make sure that any water that didn't go so far as the top of the coastal bank. The last 2 heavy rainfalls, I went out to the site to see what the ground conditions were at the base of the steepest slopes, on the property, because I wanted to know, how saturated or where, how, understand essentially what the surface drainage was creating. And I'd have to say that on slopes that are as steep as what we're showing here, which are really only, 3.5 to 1, which is not that steep. There is no perceptible puddling or flow of water over the coastal bank, and there's no mitigation whatsoever. So, anyway, I think those are basically cover the improvements that we've made, on the stormwater management. So now let's talk about fill. If I could, let's see how do I get to my next okay. Somebody have a clue as to how I okay. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, this just is a tabulation of the information I just provided regarding the natural conditions. And this is a summary of the drainage I covered. I wanted to talk to you about the fill because we've made some big reductions in fill. We cut our fill by about 35%. And what this plan shows is fill depths. The red lines are essentially contour lines, but rather than representing elevation, the numbers represent depth of fill. Okay, so what we have here is for a small area where we have 6 feet of fill, and then where we're building up, this garden, we have an area that's 6 feet, and then at the top of the slope, just behind our wall, that's of course our deepest point. So we've got 5 feet of fill, and then it quickly tapers down to to no fill at this point. This is our fill calculations, and I'll provide you this information. A little bit of this is new, some of it is not, but and we continue to study it into today. So I'll provide it to you, tomorrow. But this is how it summarizes. We have no fill in the velocity zone. We're showing 30 cubic yards of fill in the 25-foot setback, and that's in the form of like a 0 to maybe 18-inch thickness over an area that it's 30 cubic yards. Just for those of you who don't sort of work in industry or that involves volumes of soil, that's a truckload and a half, basically. So 20 yards on a truck. Not a lot. In zone A, we've calculated that we have 200 cubic yards of fill. In zone B, 400 cubic yards, for a total of 630 cubic yards. Our fill sources. Okay, we had a question from staff today, basically how much fill is coming from off-site. There's an area of cut in along the street in the northeast corner, up where the street is the highest. There's an area that's being cut in there that we're going to be taking out about 100 cubic yards. We also have, we're taking out the cellar because the house is bigger than the existing house. So we're capturing material from the cellar excavation. The septic excavation actually produces a lot of fill, because they're bringing in specialized materials, and of course the tanks themselves occupy, ground volume. So we're actually going to be sourcing almost 2/3 of our material on site. Okay, 415 cubic yards, which leaves a net import of 215 cubic yards, which is essentially 10 truckloads. Okay, we talked to landscape contractors today. They said that the backyard would be filled, graded, and secured in a matter of 3 days. So essentially, this is what we're working towards. Our goal in this project and all others is to achieve our clients' goals and achieve the conservation goals of your commission. And I think we've done well. I think that really, although it's never fun to be sort of sent away to make your project better, but we did that, and we got, and I think we made it better. Our clients happier, and so I guess I should thank you. Anyway, that's all I have. So if I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dan. If you would, you can stop sharing your screen, please.
Sure.
Is there anybody else in your group that would like to speak? Jeff, we see you now. Hello.
How you doing? Yeah. No, I think we've covered it pretty well. I think we brought up that the septic is being moved back from where it is today quite a bit, by about 50 feet at least. And that'll be an improvement as well. But yeah, you did see the new drainage, and that was a pretty significant amount of structures. Dry wells and large dry wells and bubblers and the whole 9 yards. So let you do it.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ahmed?
Well, I think that Dan covered the facts very well and the reason why, but I don't know if he actually stated the important conclusion. The important conclusion is that this project won't have any adverse impact at all on the coastal bank, on the resource area. Although we're obviously adding considerable fill, that reduction in the amount of water going into that area by 69% is pretty impressive. The reduction in lawn area in the A zone by, I think Dan said, 60%. Reduction in the lawn area in the B zone by 34%. What's really significant about this is that the walls being created behind the house are creating essentially a barrier to water going down that slope, because all of the water from above that is being captured and put into the ground. So the conclusion is, I think, inescapable, that there's no adverse impact on the resource areas, and we're with the amount of mitigation plantings and other plantings that's being done in the reduction in the lawn area, and so there being no increase in impervious area in the A zone. I think that all of the standards for redevelopment in the wetlands regulations are met, and this is a project that's a big improvement.
Excellent, thank you. All right, we're gonna go for commissioner comments. I'm gonna start with Mark.
I don't have any comments. I like the changes in grade quite a bit. That's all.
All right. Thank you. Pat,
No comments, thank you.
Peter,
I would like to hear if Jen has any comments before I comment.
Steve,
Um, no, I just wanted to say that, basically, Dan, thank you for adding those cut and fill calcs that, slide to your presentation. That was kind of our last remaining question, actually, how much fill was being brought on the site. So thank you for moving the patio back, taking those walls out. As the board knows, you heard and approved an RDA this, earlier this evening that's going to allow for construction access to build that wall. So all of our questions have been answered.
all
But
right,
No further comments.
all right, Steve,
Thank you for your responsiveness to the staff's comments. I think this is a much better plan and it looks great. Thank you.
Betsy,
Yeah, I've never, I know there are contractors on our board and builders who would easily be able to answer this question, but I can't quite envision how long it would take and where you're gonna store the 400 cubic yards that you're digging up. And then you said it only takes 3 days to do that whole area. Where are you now? There you are, Dan. You said it would take only 3 days to do this area. Does that mean 3 days to dig out these areas and store them and compact
Well,
them?
The process, I should maybe let Ralph, answer, since Ralph is our builder and he's here. Ralph can talk about this, because really the process and the timing will be in Ralph's hands, because he'll be in control of the excavation of the cellar, the excavation of the septic system, the initial cutting of the front yard, cutting the grades, which will generate a good deal of the soil that we're going to be using and will initially use, in the rear yard. I think that, here I am answering, but Ralph can maybe even make better sense of it. I think as the material is taken out of these locations, it'll be, spread into its new location, on the slope, of course, following, our installation of the hay bales and, and such. And then I think, when we've exhausted the material that we are receiving or are excavating on site, then we'll take delivery of material that we're importing, to essentially complete it. Our construction access is going to be, through the space that will be eventually occupied by the garage and the breezeway. We're going to build those at last, so that we can maintain this passage, from the street to the rear yard, and can take delivery of soil and stone and, all the materials required to build the landscape and to work on the rear of the house, for that matter. So Ralph.
So Dan, Ralph, what my concern is how long is there going to be bare dirt there? And, what happens if we have a torrential rainstorm?
Betsy, thanks. For those of you that don't know me on the board, I haven't been in front of the board in a while, but I've been in Falmouth as a building contractor for over 35 years, and waterfront properties is pretty much what we do primarily. And this one initially scared me until we figured out the logistics of getting access to the backyard, controlling the fill. So I have a strategic schedule that doesn't really scare me at all. It's pretty organized. So the first thing we would do, Betsy, is we would build that east side or northeast side wall and immediately take care of the neighbor, put him back together as quickly as possible. And then we would do the project in phases. The first phase would be to demolish the house, begin the framing and the foundation of the main section of the building and the structure. Then I could control the fill. I could build the rear walls to a certain point, and we can control all that fill around the house so it goes nowhere. And one of the big things that we thought of initially was to hold off the garage and the breezeway, and then eventually connect it, sort of in midair, so to speak, once we had all the work done in the backyard. But one of the things we would do is we control all the runoff immediately. We would probably install that big 1,000-gallon drain that Dan has put in there immediately, and then start protecting that and starting to control some of the drainage where we could in the beginning. So I think we got a pretty good handle on that. I built a schedule already to how we're gonna all do this. We got plenty of access on the west side. We're gonna build a west wall after that, and we're gonna start controlling all that stuff. And then little by little, we're gonna work from the back and work our way out. So that's a pretty good plan. I'm not scared about anything. I think it's very doable. And for
So
the builders,
Betsy, maybe I could just add a little information here. It's not in our proposal, but just thinking about your question and your concern, which is valid. Our object here is to plant the mitigation plantings early in the process, so we would aim to install the mitigation plantings in say late March, early April, of next year. Then install the hay bales. But if we can get the back slope loamed, even a thin veneer of loam, I can establish an annual ryegrass or oats, on that slope for the duration of the construction phase until we get into final landscape, work. So I can stabilize that, that slope. It's honestly at 3-to-1. I mean, it's more moderate than 3-to-1, which is a very typical, fill slope. It's less than the state, recommendation. It's more moderate than the state recommendation for a fill slope. So I don't think to me, it doesn't represent a huge challenge. It's just a matter of doing the right things. And I think
I have confidence in both of you that you can deal with this challenge. I just want you to think about it systematically ahead of time so that Jen doesn't have to go out there because there's a river of mud going over the bank.
we don't want that. I want that less than Jennifer.
Well, we all don't want it. So
Anything else?
that's all. Thank you.
that'll be a first for me if it ever happens. So we're gonna pay close attention to that, Betsy.
Okay, well, we don't want it to happen.
You good?
Yep, I'm good.
Courtney?
Yeah, following up on Betsy's comments, there's no question that this is a challenge and you guys are fully cognizant of it. And I like the idea of planting the slope as quickly as possible with things like winter rye and those kinds of things. I would like to see your erosion control measures pretty well spelled out on your, either in a construction sequencing or on your plan. I mean, I think you need to use a combination of hay bales and silt fences and jute netting and all kinds of those sorts of erosion control stuff, even to the point of, overkill. Clearly, Ralph, you've thought it out properly in terms of trying to sequence the thing. But, you can't predict when there's going to be a gully washer. And they always come right when you're at the most vulnerable. And trust me, in my 30 years in the business, I can recall situations that were a real horror show where I had that one window when I was between things, when all of a sudden we got 4 inches of rain in one night, and a slope ended up all over a roadway down the hill. And it's not a pleasant thing to go out and have to dig out a foot of fill off a road because you didn't control something. So,
Well, Jennifer,
I think.
could I suggest, Jennifer, that maybe if you close the hearing, tonight, that you could write into the order that Jeff and Ralph and I put our heads together and submit to the commission, an erosion control methodology, prior to the initiation of construction.
yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
I know you guys are conscientious about it, but I think you're right, Dan. You need that. We need to see a methodology, and that's just good for everybody.
Courtney,
And Courtney, the issue is, do you see the methodology or does the staff? What Dan's saying is close the hearing, I'll submit it afterwards, which won't give you an opportunity to review it. So it's really up to the board. Do you want to see a methodology or not?
I mean, I'm comfortable, having it conditioned that there's a methodology submitted prior to the start of construction that's reviewed by staff and any other people in the commission that want to weigh in on it. But I think I'm comfortable with that.
Jen, I'm comfortable with you doing it, it's just a matter of putting it down on paper. Obviously Dan and Ralph have thought about this, and
Yeah.
maybe Jeff and Bob have thought about it too, but just so it's in the file.
Yeah, I don't think that we need to hold up the project over this.
Courtney, I totally agree with you. It's going to make everybody sleep better at night. It's a
Yeah,
great idea.
absolutely.
I like the word overkill a little bit, and it's really an inexpensive insurance for everybody.
It sure as hell is. Yep.
I agree with you.
All right, we could continue with comments. Kevin?
No comments.
Reason I held out for you. Jen, the public chat function?
No public chat, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Bird, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the hearing. Are there any other comments? All right, I'm going to call for the vote. Betsy?
Aye. Gladfelder, aye.
Courtney?
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Rooney, aye.
Pat?
Harris, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Steve?
Aye.
It is unanimous. This hearing is closed. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Good night, gentlemen. Thank you.
Next up, Davis Neck LLC, 0 Davis Neck Road, map 4522B, parcel 0000004, East Falmouth, Mass. For permission to remove a portion of an existing stone riprap, to construct and maintain a stone riprap return, to establish a coastal dune with beach grass plantings, and to install fiber rolls with all associated construction activities and dune plantings.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've promoted Mike McGrath up as a panelist to present the project.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to share my screen. Do I have permission?
Yes, please.
Hopefully you can see I have a document that says continued hearing at the top. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
All right, we opened up a hearing before. The land is a private undeveloped parcel at the end of Davis Neck Road. The proposed activity we're removing the upper portion of existing stone riprap. We're gonna install returns. We're gonna put a coastal dune on top with fiber rolls and all the associated construction activities, including dune plantings. The construction access was within the layout of Davis Neck Road. The commission said we had to acquire approval from the town. So we did write to the town, and I'm showing you a plan that we showed the town engineer. I copied the Conservation Commission in on the email I sent to him. And he basically said we need a street opening permit for this. That while there is an easement for the maintenance of the riprap, we're not a party, I'm sorry, we don't need to use that easement to construct the activities that are on our lot. So he says that he'll issue us a street opening permit. So what I did was he told me that I had to design the limits of the work and then the replication. So what I've done is I have put in a widening of the existing sand path there, and I show the restoration of the disturbed areas, both in the layout and then onto our site. And the restoration consists of, in this area, it's dune grass, and in the rest of the area, it's woody indigenous species. The activity here is that we're going to bring a piece of equipment in, and the piece of equipment is going to basically take apart the riprap, and then we're going to install some core rolls. I'm showing you a cross section that I showed you before, where we're going to take out the upper stone. We're going to put in basically a rows of fiber rolls and put dune grass on top. At the end of the project, or up against the property line, we're going to basically build a return in the back. It doesn't show very clearly, but it's just to make sure that this does not basically collapse in a storm. In other words, there's going to be a riprap that's going to be constructed underground. There's also going to be part of this one. There's going to be there'll be a riprap return here, so this riprap won't collapse. So the town engineer says he'll issue a street opening permit, but we have to prove by providing a cost of the alterations and then the restoration. And so we stand ready to do that. We obviously can't apply for that without an order authorizing the work. But we do have a quote from a landscape contractor that's experienced and has done this kind of work before. So I believe that that we have satisfied the reason we had the continuance was to clarify how we get town permit to get here. Again, we don't need to work on this bulkhead at all, so we're not using any of the easement rights that were in the easement that town meeting voted to allow this wall to be maintained by the abutters. So are there any questions I can answer concerning this continued hearing?
We'll find out in a second, Mr. McGrath, if you would stop screen sharing. Jen, do we have a DEP number for this? Probably already had it, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Do you want to begin?
I don't have any additional comments. I've been in touch with the town engineer. He's been in touch with the applicant's representative. Just wanted to make sure that the town DPW is in the loop.
Excellent. All right. Betsy. Comments?
No comments, thanks.
Courtney?
No comments.
Kevin?
No comments.
Mark?
No comments.
Pat?
No comments.
Peter?
No comments.
Steve?
No comments.
Excellent. Jen, is there anything in the public chat function?
No, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like
Thank
to
you.
make a motion to close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Bird, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the hearing. I'm going to take the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Rooney, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Aye.
It is unanimous. This hearing is closed. Thank you, Mr. McGrath.
Thank you very much. Stay safe.
You as well. Next up, Karen and David Howe, 0 Vineyard Street, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to implement a beach management plan that includes beach raking and beach nourishment above the spring high tide line. Ben?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm promoting Stan Humphreys, Tim Santos. Stan and Tim, is there anyone else I am promoting at this time?
Is Attorney Daniels on there too?
Okay, I see Attorney Daniels.
Thank you.
Not a problem. And I promoted Attorney Daniels up to speak on behalf of the applicant.
All right, Tim, I assume you're going to start?
I'm gonna let Stan start because we were here and I can't remember how long it's been now, but it's been a while ago. And I believe the board had some questions in regard to the beach maintenance and raking, and we've submitted that information to the board. So I'll let Stan speak to that and then we'll answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Humphries? You're muted, sir.
I'm sorry to pass the ball even further. Andrew, did you want to open?
Sure, I can give a quick opening and I can be brief. As you may remember, this project consisted of beach nourishment of 100 cubic yards and maintenance of the beach. We initially proposed beach raking using a machine called the Sandman. The staff looked upon the use of the machine negatively, so we conceded to hand raking. At that point, the staff, I believe, and the commission had a couple questions. One, we all wanted to be on the same page and we wanted to be precise as to what it means to rake a beach. So Stan, our coastal geologist, submitted a methodology to the staff as to what the raking would be. I believe the staff also, the commission had some concerns regarding changes in the location of the beach grass. We have since provided surveys that establish that there is no significant change in the location of the beach grass. And I believe there was one outstanding issue, which was Holmes and McGrath hadn't submitted the initial 2017 or 2018 transects, and those have been provided.
All right. Anybody else?
Well, I think back to me to go through that methodology. I'm able to do so. There are 6 bullet points that were provided, and consists of meeting the superintendent on the site 5 days ahead, staking the vegetated boundary of the dune and a 5-foot distance so that the workers know not to place any stones or rocks closer than that point. They do anticipate a 3-man crew, first going through the area above the spring high tide line to get any dead seaweed or eelgrass, flotsam, jetsam, debris with a tine rake. Then the crew will use a luke rake with or without teeth to push the beach nourishment to cover rocks. So that's not only the end of the revetment that's on the property, but stones as well. And if the rock can't be covered, the area of rocks that can't be covered with the nourishment, then that's when there'll be some collection of 1 inch or greater stones in 5-gallon buckets and spread out, as I said, beyond the 5-foot distance from the vegetated dune. One other staking item that I think we'd like to add is the location of that spring high tide line. We'll either do it by elevation or visible characteristics on the beach. A berm, for instance, or some other overwash materials. And I'll just conclude by saying that the collection of pebbles and the relocation of them on the property, not to leave the site, is one of the conditions that was applied to the Acapexit Association project just next door.
All right. Tim, do you have anything to add?
I have nothing else to add.
All right. Jen and or Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'll go with the transects. I think there was some confusion. The transects are provided are 3 years old. This board should be provided with current transects of the beach. Obviously, that beach has been altered with the use of that sandman over the past couple of years. So the 2017 transects basically are not useless, but I mean, they don't reflect current conditions. So the board really should, let's start off with, let's see some transects of the current site conditions. We're kind of going into this blind. So I think there was some confusion at the last hearing when I said that we should have transects. I meant current transects.
If I may.
That's one thing. The other question I have is, who determines which rocks are going to be removed, how many rocks? So again, the use of this sorting of the cobble, sorting of the rocks out of the sediment is still problematic and concerning to the staff. Thankfully, there was a note on the plan, I believe, about the tree. Oh, it is good that we have the 2017 transects, because now we can compare the 2020 transects, because those should be done. And submitted to the commission. Just putting that in there. Approved plan. So the proposed tree stand, is that going in before the nourishment? What's going on with that?
I think Andrew was prepared to address that.
Oh, okay.
For the
Attorney
owner.
Daniels.
Yeah, we'll put the proposed cedar tree in at the time that we're doing the nourishment as well in the spring. And it was always our intention to do transects. We would assume that you were going to require, and we would do transects in the spring before we would do the nourishment as well.
And submit them to the commission.
Yes.
Because I think that was the problem last time.
I think it was.
Did them, but didn't submit them to the commission.
I think it was. So it would be our understanding and a condition that they'd be done prior to any nourishment.
So they would be at
and before and after.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right.
Again, just the sorting of the cobble, I do have some concerns with. I don't mind raking the debris, a little bit of their dry rack or anything like that, but there is concerns with using a 3-man crew on such a small area of beach. You might actually be more efficient than the sandman sorting all of this out. And it's just, it's problematic to the staff. As they put their comments about sorting of that cobble, that they were concerned with that. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna start with commission comments. Courtney?
Yeah, I have problems with removing any cobble there. Can't be raked around, that's fine, but it can't be removed. They can use rubber mats to sit on and wear shoes.
All right, Kevin? Kevin O'Brien.
Oh, thank you, Mr. No comments, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mark?
I agree. I don't think we want to remove anything from the beach. And then it gets problematical. You start moving it. Generally, you tend to move it off to the side into a nice little pile, and then the beach is totally disrupted from what it used to be. So we got to have some control over where these stones go. That's all.
Mark? Oh, thank you. Pat?
No comments.
Peter?
No comments.
Steve?
No comments. Thank
All right, Jen, is there anything in the public chat function?
No, Mr. Chairman, I just have one additional question regarding the trees. That's the proposed cedar tree replacement. What about replacing the pine that's dying out there?
I mean, we hadn't
That should be
proposed,
replaced as well.
we hadn't proposed that because the pine tree is just dying. It
Just naturally dying. All of a sudden, it's just naturally dying.
well, what I can say is we certainly didn't do anything to it. You and I may have an idea that maybe somebody else did, but we certainly didn't.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
If I can respond just to the movement of the rocks, again, what we tried to do is make our proposal consistent with the neighboring Acapesket and how they were able to not remove the rocks from the beach, but just move them on the beach to a different location. And so we tried to parrot what's in their order of conditions.
All right. Jen, are you good with the transects being done prior to nourishment?
That's really up to the commission. I would be okay with them being done prior to the nourishment, but submitted and give the staff the ability to review those transects prior to the nourishment being placed.
Okay, so can we put a timeline on that?
We can.
You know, I don't know. I'm just going to throw out 30 days before or something like that.
Okay.
You know, can we require that tree be replaced, the pine? Would that
It's
have
up to the board. It is in the dune system, so.
All right. Mr. Daniels, would your client accept the condition that that gets replaced?
I'm not quite sure I understand the jurisdiction to require the replacement of a tree that died, but
all right, we'll address that then.
Sure.
Okay. What's your pleasure? Anybody?
Make a motion to close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Bird second.
Thank you. I'm sorry, who seconded it?
I did, Bird.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second to close the hearing. If there's no further comments, I'm going to take the vote. Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Renee, aye.
Pat,
Aye. Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Pat and I.
It is unanimous. This hearing is closed. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. for
Thank
your
you,
time.
Commissioners.
Thank
Have a great
you.
weekend. Stay safe.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Thanks, Jim.
Stan. Courtney, Tim.
All right. We've got a few things to get through. It's getting late. Continued request to amend the existing order of conditions. Wendy Hill and Susan Condon, 268 Surf Drive, Falmouth, Mass. Request to amend the order of conditions for Mass DEP 254557 to delete the first sentence from finding number 2, referring to the property consisting of 2 units, and deleting special condition number 2, stating that the unit owned by the applicant shall be the only unit connected to the tight tank. For the record, I am recused from this hearing, but I'm going to stay to bless you with my presence. Jen's dawdling,
Second,
so.
Mr. Chairman, I have promoted Brian Wall and Mike Borselli up to speak on behalf of the applicant. I think after they submitted, Commissioner Harris wanted them to, when requesting an amendment to an order of conditions, to submit the actual order of conditions for the record. That has been done, as well as some suggested language that Mr. Wall, Attorney Wall had proposed, I think in order to make the staff comfortable. So thank you, Brian. So now that it's been clarified that there'll be no additional black water to the tight tank other than what currently exists on site, if that can be phrased in a way for the amendment, the staff has no further comments. I do know that Commissioner Harris has a few comments and I think corrections that she'd like to see, but other than that, that is the staff is satisfied.
Excellent. Mr. Borselli and or Mr. Wall, would you like to add anything?
Not really. I think that Jen captured it very well. I know this has been a little bit tricky understanding that this property is co-owned and that there aren't 2 units. But I can assure you, and I did write it in my letter, that the applicants have no intent to have a second toilet. They simply want to make sure that when they abandon the cesspool, that all the 4 sinks that currently exist can be connected in one water toilet. And we are agreeable to conditions such as that. I put some proposed language in my letter. I'm happy to work between now and when the commission issues its decision with Jen on tweaking that language, if that would be okay or appropriate.
Excellent, thank you. Mr. Borselli?
I have nothing to add, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Does anybody have anything they would like to comment on or question? Excellent.
Mr. Chairman, Pat Harris had her hand up.
I'm sorry, I missed that, Pat. Go ahead.
Just very quickly, Brian, you mentioned that you're looking for special condition number 2 to be deleted and then insert this language. And I believe you meant to say special condition number 3. If I look at the order, special condition number 3 talks about the unit owned and only one unit. Can you take a look at that?
Yeah, I think that you're right. The language of the condition that we're seeking to delete reads as follows. It's one sentence. It says, the unit owned by the applicant shall be the only unit connected to the tank.
Right, and that's actually special condition 3. That's the only thing I wanted to get clarification.
Okay. I apologize.
Oh, that's quite all right, but I just want to get clarity for the staff when they're amending this if it's approved. And I think the language that the staff suggested to amend your language, Brian, was to take the language in your cover letter and add one more sentence: no additional black water shall be allowed at any point in the future.
Yes, I saw that in the staff report, and that is agreeable to the applicants.
And I would just suggest to the staff that the order of conditions should include a book and page reference for the second applicant, second landowner, because I've been discussing with Brian, this is a little confusing where they are tenants in common and they have separate deeds.
Okay, thank you.
And then finding number 2, I thought was bothersome to you as well. And I look at it, it says finding 2, the property consists of a raised structure with 2 units. And I would just slash 2 units and insert owned by the applicants as tenants in common. And I think all sort of tied up.
That would be fine, no objection.
That's all my
Pat, if you
comments.
could just email me that last bit.
Sure.
Thank you.
In that case, I'll make a motion to close this hearing and take it under advisement.
Second.
Excellent. We have a motion and a second to close the hearing, take it under advisement. I'm going to go for the vote. There's no further comments. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Courtney, you're muted.
unmute. Give me a
Bird,
thumb.
aye.
Thank you. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Renee, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Aye.
Jen, I think I skipped a step. Is there any public comments?
There are no public chats, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. It is unanimous. This hearing is closed. Thank you, Mr. Wall. Thank you, Mr. Borselli.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Are you both staying for Mr. Burke?
Yes, I am.
Because there are no actual hearings between now and Mr. Burke, so we're just gonna let you guys stay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next up, request for an abbreviated notice of resource area delineation, AMP Solar Development, Inc., 41 and 48 Theater Drive, East Falmouth, Mass. Request for confirmation of the following resource area boundaries and buffer zones: bordering vegetated wetland, isolated vegetated wetland, and potential vernal pool. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested a continuance until December 16th. That was to allow the staff time. There are about 6 wetlands on this site and staff needed a little additional time to review those. So the 16th, please.
Bird, so moved.
Gladfelter, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this to 12/16. 12/16 is getting kind of busy, no?
It is, but you only have 1 new notice, so.
Okay. All right, Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
I
Bird,
think.
aye.
Matthews, aye, Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Actually, I'm not quite sure about that.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve,
Aye.
Steve, did you give me an aye?
Pat and I.
Thank you. It is unanimous. This hearing is continued until 12:16. The next request for the same has been continued. Next up, continued hearings under an enforcement order. First up, Claudia Senadis, 51 Pondview Drive, East Falmouth, Mass. Unpermitted removal of vegetation within conservation jurisdiction. Ben?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Again, the applicant, the applicant is, the property owner, excuse me, is requesting a continuance until December 16th. The staff, just to let the board know, the staff did meet with the property owner's representative yesterday. We were finally able to meet with that person, so we'll be putting a report together to get to them by next week, so they can start formulating their plan, and they'll be able to present at least maybe a draft plan to the commission on the 16th for restoration. So the process is moving forward. I just want the board to know that.
Okay. Can we have a motion and a second?
I'll move to continue this to the 16th.
All second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this enforcement hearing until 12:16. Betsy?
Gladfelder, aye.
Courtney?
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Mark?
Renee, aye.
Pat?
Harris, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
Thank you. It is unanimous. This hearing is continued 12:16. Next up, Robert Burke, 326 Acapesket Road, East Falmouth, Mass. Unpermitted construction, removal of vegetation, and installation of impervious surface within conservation jurisdiction. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this has been an ongoing enforcement. The staff has met out there with the applicant's representatives a few times to go over everything. I think we have a plan that is mostly acceptable to the staff. There was one question a couple of questions I had. Brian, was this the one where you were going to give me some assurance that I'm going to, that it's going to either be on the deed or?
Yeah, and I'm prepared to do that right now. I was gonna.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, did you submit anything written? Because I didn't see that.
No, I didn't think it was that complicated, and I think you and I actually had a prior enforcement matter where we had this similar issue and we resolved it a way that I'm about to say, if you'd like me to.
Okay, no, you can go on.
If you recall, a couple of years ago, I inherited a case that I didn't have anything to do with when it got started, but there was some illegal cutting of plants on a property over at 184 Acapesket, and the property owner's name was Sweetman. And yeah, to bring up that, but in any event, at the time, what we did was we resolved the planting requirement with a plan, which is very similar to what we're submitting to you tonight, is the plan that Mr. Burke proposes to plant to mitigate for the alterations. And then on the Sweetman matter, you were very concerned about the plantings going in as being promised by the plan and then surviving sufficiently. And so what we did was we did an enforcement order. The enforcement order incorporated the plan by reference. And I've done other ones in other towns since then. And a lot of towns use the word restoration plan because it's not really mitigation. And then on the Sweetman property, we agreed on a requirement where there would be follow-up annual reports. And the consultant on that matter was Teresa Sprague. And so what we did was there was a closing like this, and Mr. Sweetman prepaid Reese's company for the planting and included in the payment money to cover the 2 annual reports that were due on the 2 subsequent years. And if I recall correctly, and I did look back at the file, you were satisfied with that the plants would go in and you would get kind of, it's not a certificate of compliance, but you would be provided affirmative evidence by this report that was going to come in that would confirm that the plants were planted and that they survived. So I'm suggesting something very similar to that.
Okay, if the board is comfortable with that, that's fine. The only other thing, Mike, can you put a note on the plan that you're gonna have an above ground irrigation? These are probably, when are these plants gonna go in?
They're gonna go in the spring.
They're gonna go in the spring?
The stock isn't available now and it's getting a little late to be planting, so it's gonna go in as soon as it's allowable in the spring planting season.
Okay. Okay, so we'll write that into the enforcement order that it has to be in by a date certain.
That's no
Correct.
problem. I'll just, I'm out of my area of expertise, just as long as the date, is reasonable that we can get the plants purchased and.
It'd be probably something like May 15th.
Yeah, that's
Barring any sort of a late April snowstorm, you'll be able to get the plants in.
yes.
Yeah.
For sure. Yep.
Yeah, at the end of they'd be probably like April 30th to like May 15th timeframe. I'm not gonna do April 1st. We've gotten caught off guard a couple of times in early April, so rather have it towards the middle and end of April.
I can assure you, as soon as the stock's available, Mr. Burke's gonna have it installed.
Okay, and then above ground irrigation system, Mike, in order to maintain them.
During the just
Okay,
the time.
that'll be written in.
If you need me to add that to the plan, I can give you that like tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, and I think that's about it. That's about it.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else they want to comment on or question?
Do you want to see the plan, guys? Do you want to see what Mike has done? Kevin O'Brien is shaking his head no. You have that much faith in us, guys. Thank you.
I trust you, Jen.
We did meet, I think 3 times, the last time in a monsoon. And Mark Kaspersick and Jen were very cooperative, but they were also very firm and tough on the plan. And I think it's a good solution. I think although there was some things done without permits, the environment's actually better off with this added buffer planting.
We wouldn't budge on some things.
That's why you're supposed to come for a permit before stuff is done, to improve the environment.
All right, does anybody have anything else? I don't see any hands. All right, what's your pleasure?
Make a motion to close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Word, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close this hearing. If there's nothing else, I'm gonna ask for the vote. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Pat,
I believe I'm no longer part of this quorum. I didn't attend the last meeting.
Well, I don't have anything before
okay,
today.
I'm sorry.
If you're being honest,
I won't make that comment. Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve,
Aye.
all right, it is Unanimous with one recusal. This hearing is closed. Thank you, Mr. Wall. Thank you, Mr. Borselli. Mike, thank you for working with the staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, gentlemen.
Have a
Good
good
night.
night. Stay
Good night,
safe.
everyone.
Mike, is it okay if I remove you? Are you gonna stay for anything?
I think, no, that's all.
No? Okay,
Thank you.
bye. Bye, Brian. Brian, you're muted.
I said, good night, everyone. Thank you very much for your
Good
time.
night, Brian.
Good night.
All right, next up are vote orders of conditions.
All right, give me
First-
1 second, Mr. Chair. You can start, but and then I just need 1 second.
No, 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 no.
That's not helpful.
No, 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 no.
That I do have the power to mute. I was told that today. All right, go on, Mr. Chairman.
There's circumstances where you should exercise that right. Moving on.
Oh.
Order of conditions. First up, Waterside LLC, 176 Waterside Drive, North Falmouth, Mass. He's still asleep.
Hang on. I can find it.
Quorum.
Betsy, you have those or no?
Yes, I do. The quorum is, and this is, Susan, this is all the rest of them. Courtney, Betsy, Kevin, Jamie. You with me?
Yep.
Steve, Peter, Mark.
So not Maury, not Pat.
That's
correct.
Whoops, I'm sorry. I'm wrong. No, I'm still right. Yeah. Hate when that happens.
When you're
Life
right.
of me,
I know.
I can't find this one. Hang on. It's Dorian. And I shut this down. Kevin Newton, 176 Waterside Drive. Refresh my memory, please.
I need to refresh my memory as well.
Commissioners, anybody?
Yeah, that was the one. That was a Mike McGrath one. And there was a tree, there were a couple, 1 or 2 trees that had to be removed and replaced. It's by, not Rand's Canal. It's by Fiddler's Cove.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Remember?
You're adding a deck and hot tub.
And removing.
Yeah, and taking a path, there's a built path that they're removing from it. That goes down to the dock.
Yep.
I guess they're replacing it with gravel. I don't remember any major issues except that there was a tree that had to be adjusted.
Hang on 1 second. I have his revised plan.
They don't have a revised plan. They just had one plan.
Oh, no, that's a revised one.
I had a note from last time that Jen said it was all set.
Was all set?
Yes, it is. It is.
There you have it.
Yeah, the perennial border. Sorry, I just for the life of me could not envision this. I apologize. Nope, the 3 trees, they had to move because they had to move those 3 cedars. That's why we got the revised plan in. We got a revised plan in. Okay. After the close of the hearing, we got the revised plan because they had to put a note that they were going to remove those 3 cedars where that step was.
Right. I
believe.
knew there was something about trees.
Yeah, no, okay.
So they did,
Yep, and then they're doing the proposed invasive species management with Maria Hickey. She's gonna do a perennial border. They're doing the deck and the hot tub. They're proposing the bluestone walkway in the front and removing, I think, some sort of deck steps in the side. Yeah, this one was fine.
okay, I'll make a motion to accept as discussed.
Third, second.
All right, does anybody have anything else they wanted added in? All right. The motion and the second is to accept as discussed. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Third, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, I.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve? It is unanimous. We have issued an order of conditions. Next up, Gemma Coke, 140 Racing Beach Avenue, Falmouth, Mass.
Yep, the only thing I have is that a condition be added that if the bayberry and clethra that is flush cut is damaged, they're gonna replace it. Because remember, the board was concerned that they were flush cutting that, those natives. And then to submit the revised plan for the access route, because they were going back in to get the trees and we wanted to see kind of where that specified access route was.
That's right.
Okay.
This is removing the gray willows.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Courtney wanted to know why they were removing willows.
Is there anything anybody wants to see in this? All right,
I'll make a motion to accept as discussed.
Third, second.
all right, we have a motion and a second to accept the order conditions as discussed. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Third, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, I.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Pat,
I'm not on this, I don't believe.
you don't know this one either.
You're not. You're
Peter?
correct.
Walsh, aye.
Steve?
Aye.
It is unanimous. We have issued an order of conditions. Patty, you want any of the next ones?
I don't think I am, but I have a question, Mr. Chair. Are you voting on Spalaris tonight?
Yes.
We are.
Can I make a comment? Though I'm not voting, I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, as long as you can wait till we get to it. Well,
Okay,
that's making you wait.
that's all
We'll be
right.
Almost there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We just have one to do before we get to it.
Okay.
And it's an easy one. Next up, Jennifer Buterow, Eversource Energy, Minot Road Bridge, Falmouth, Mass. This is
Actually, the
the
Green
conduit.
Pond Bridge, and that's just for the electrical, the redundant electrical. They're going to attach it to the side of the bridge, rolling hay bale line. Just a utility.
Make a motion to close it, not close the hearing, to accept as discussed.
Third, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the order as discussed. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Third, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, I.
Mark,
Ernie, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve?
Aye.
It is unanimous. We have issued an order of conditions. Next up, Joan Spalaris, 78 Squibnocket Drive, East Falmouth, Mass. Pat, you're not on the quorum, correct? But you'd like to make a comment. Now would be the time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the commission votes a denial, I urge the commission to make findings on the requested variances, even though it was a little confusing as to whether or not they asked for variances, but they did. It was in the consultant's report. Both the attorney representing them and the consultant said they weren't necessary. But I urge you to address the variance issue because they were requested. No further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, this is the request to allow the wall that was constructed sorry, hang on one second. The wall that was constructed not in accordance with the original settlement agreement and further on and encroaching onto that coastal bank. So what would you like to do? They did request in Arlene A.M. Wilson Associates November 10th letter to the commission, variance request, variance required. The applicant under protest and without prejudice and a reservation of rights. They're under protest. Seeks variance as follows. A variance from 1037D1A, work on a coastal bank and land within 100 feet of land under ocean. 1037D2A, work on a coastal bank and within 75 feet of land subject to title action. 1018-5A-4A, work in a 25-foot buffer to a non-eroding coastal bank, not in a velocity zone. And I believe that is it.
Sure.
So I don't know how you'd like to begin this discussion, but those are the variances that are being requested under.
Okay. So we'll just go down the line. We'll start with Courtney.
Just procedurally, I believe we have to vote on each variance request before we can vote on the order itself. Am I correct with that, Jen? Or can we?
The board's done it multiple ways. I mean, you can.
But I remember, I recall doing it that way. Pat, maybe you could.
I wouldn't complicate it, Courtney.
Huh?
I wouldn't complicate it, but I mean, you can vote the variance requests, yeah.
What is the best procedure? Pat, maybe you have an opinion on this.
You know, I don't think there's a hard and fast rule, but voting the variances and denying them would end up with a negative order if you feel the variances are necessary.
Okay.
That's way of answering the question. So it probably makes sense to do it up front. And you know, just go through the elements of variances when you're.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Jamie, can I make a comment now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, my comment is that these variances are necessary. This wall was built without permission and it violates our regulations. And we had a big discussion earlier today about not meeting the regulations. That's my only comment to start
Okay,
the
so
discussion.
the board feels the variances are necessary because the wall was built not in accordance with the settlement agreement and that order that came out of that settlement agreement. And where was I going with that? So basically we start with how we always start looking at a variance request, which is your definition of hardship. And the definition of hardship, I'd say everybody open your book, but I know you don't have them, so I will read it to you.
Peter has his, I have mine.
Peter's good. Definition of hardship means that the application of chapter 235 of the Code of Falmouth to a particular piece of property evaluated in its totality owing to the unique characteristics of the property that is unduly oppressive, arbitrary, and confiscatory, and would involve a substantial economic loss to the applicant because of the literal enforcement of the bylaw, provided that the conditions and characteristics of the property are not a result of the applicant's or owner or their agents, predecessors, successors, or assignees. No hardship exists where there is establishment under the Code of Falmouth for the right to transfer development rights. So
what do they say their
not
hardship?
a unique property to Falmouth.
What do they say their hardship is? They're supposed to present that. If you request a variance, you got to start with that.
That's correct.
It doesn't go into really, Betsy, what the hardship was.
I'll make a motion to deny the variance.
Wait, no, Courtney, wait a minute.
Second the motion.
Well, let's put it this way. I don't see that it's in this packet of papers that we got where they requested it, but any hardship that could possibly exist from this doesn't have to do
by
with
the
the
applicant.
characteristics of the land. It was created by the applicant.
All right, so we're gonna vote on the variances as a whole or one at a time?
I
Or
think
not
you-
a-
as a whole.
I think we could do it as a whole
Read them
because the hardship would be the same for all.
They failed to demonstrate a hardship.
Lack of hardship, right?
Mark, did you have something? Okay,
I'll make a motion to deny
Well, let's talk this through, guys. They failed to meet the definition of hardship. So yeah, I guess that's number one.
I mean, the first finding is this project would require variances.
Yes, they do make the point that variances were not required in the last notice that was given to this project, but may I remind the board that that notice was issued because the project was under construction. It had a previous order that came out of a settlement agreement. That settlement agreement and that order was incorporated in that project. And then that project was approved just to keep this project moving forward. I mean, this project has been in various states of flux and development and construction for years. So during construction of this project, the order expired. So the project needed to be shut down, which was really a burden on that neighborhood. So we permitted it again through a notice.
But there would be no reason at that
moving
point.
forward.
There would be no reason at that point to ask for a variance
No.
because they were supposed to be following the settlement plan.
Correct.
So now they're asking for
That is
something.
why that is why those variances weren't requested. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we had
You incorporated by reference the settlement agreement in that.
Thank you.
Order.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. So that is why those variants weren't requested at that time, but they are being requested now under protest. But I really don't see how it does meet the definition of hardship, because the hardship was created by the applicant. The wall went in without any proper permits and in violation of a court settlement agreement. So
now can Courtney make his motion?
yes, now Courtney can make his motion.
Wait a minute.
Pat saying no.
Oh, hold on. Kevin,
No, let Pat speak.
This is
Pat?
again, just don't,
So,
walk away just because there's one reason to deny it, there are other reasons. If you go to 1013, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reasons that have to be satisfied to get a variance. And the fifth one is that the resource areas would be better protected if the project is allowed than if denied. Do you think they satisfied that? 1013.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting there. Okay, guys, so 1013. So 1, hardship was not established. 2, if we do go through that, if that project does not meet that, mitigating measures provided that by the applicant will allow the project to be conditioned so that to protect the resource areas identified. Do you feel that the mitigating measures, if we remove the wall and replant that slope as it should have been planted in the settlement agreement, I don't believe this wall better protects the resource areas than that planted slope would have. Correct?
That's how I feel. If it had been done 5 years ago, it would be a nice, thick, vegetated slope.
I mean, my understanding of the variance process is that if they don't meet them all, it gets denied.
Correct.
So if they couldn't prove a hardship, we don't have to go any further. So once again, I'll make a motion to not,
They also didn't they also didn't provide any alternatives to their current project. I mean,
all of
there
that,
are no alternatives other than that wall stays.
yeah, so all of that should be
hold on.
put in the findings.
Yep, that's why we have to talk about it, Courtney.
Courtney, I just want to remind everybody of something that I learned when I first had to do an order of conditions. Remember, an order of conditions has to, is a
Positive.
legal document,
Positive.
is a legal document, and it has to meet, it may be challenged. And so whatever you have that supports the decision you're making should be put in the finding.
Correct. So does the board feel that the mitigating measures in place better protect the resource area than if the wall was not there and that slope was planted in accordance with the original order of conditions?
So should I put my motion in the form of a positive motion to approve?
Courtney,
We're not there yet, Courtney.
Courtney, when we're ready to make a motion, I'm gonna let you know, okay?
No, I understand it's important to get the findings in there. I'm
Yep, and we'll talk you through that, because it's the same way we always do it, Courtney. So again, guys, mitigating measures.
No, if it had been done correctly,
Thank
if it
you.
had been done correctly in the first place, we wouldn't need additional mitigating measures.
Okay. And do you feel that there is an overriding public benefit to the project? if the wall were to remain.
I see lots of heads going no, but nobody's saying anything. I'll say
No.
no.
Thank you. Okay. Now, Courtney,
I'll make a motion to, I'll put it in the.
approve,
Motion.
put a positive motion on the floor, Courtney.
Huh?
Put a positive motion on the floor.
To approve the variance request.
Anybody want a second?
Second,
All right, so the motion and second on the table is to approve the variance request. Is that clear? All right, Betsy,
Gladfelter, no.
Courtney,
Bird, no.
Matthews, no. Kevin,
O'Brien, no.
Mark,
Renee, no.
Peter,
Walsh, no.
Steve,
Couldn't hear
Steve, I'm
you,
sorry.
Steve.
Why couldn't you hear me? Patton, no.
Thank
Jen?
you. It's me, I'm sorry. All right, it is unanimous.
No, it was Beth.
The variance requests are denied. And
So
correct,
we now
wrong
need a motion to do-
effectively denies the project, correct?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Mark,
I guess I don't understand it that way. They're looking for a change in the project from what was approved.
say that again?
They're looking for approval of a project that was built differently than had originally been approved.
correct.
And the difference is they've moved the retaining wall outward from the end of the driveway in order to encompass the landing.
Correct.
And that's it, right?
Correct.
Okay, so their understanding is they don't need a variance. As, just like the previous project, it's not getting any closer to the bank. The house goes farther closer than this retaining wall, so it's simply, I think it looks to me simply they've moved the retaining wall beyond what we approved to a different location.
Correct. And it was also subject to a settlement agreement, which it wasn't allowed to
So
change.
they violated the
at all.
settlement agreement. But not necessarily a variance issue, but they violated the settlement agreement.
Correct. So if the board feels it's necessary to take a vote on the regular project, is that what you're saying, Mark, that you'd like to have a vote on the project as well?
I think that's what we need. I don't think the variance is.
Okay, that's fine.
Gotten
Okay.
out to it quite to some length, but I think whether we approve the project or not is the question, given their presentation of what they think the not mitigating circumstances, what they've offered as mitigation for whatever that is.
Okay,
And we can say.
that's
is that
fine.
adequate or not?
No, that's fair. I get it. It's an extra layer. That's fine.
Good.
So the board would like to put a motion on someone on the board would like to put a motion on the table to to approve the wall.
You
I
know,
think
Brian,
that's appropriate.
just to clarify the record and get a vote by the board as to whether or not variance is required. You know, Mark is voting no, and we should hear what the other members say.
Haven't said
Correct.
voting.
If you think variance is required for this.
Put a motion on the table that,
Oh, right.
yes, a variance is required for this project.
second. Oh,
All right, so do I understand this right? The motion and the second on the table is to accept the wall as it's built?
No,
No.
whether
No.
variance is.
Oh, that's.
The motion
Whether
on the table is a variance request
Yes,
required for this project?
Oof.
Are variance required for the project?
I mean, you're asking.
A
people are-
variance is
attorneys
required
both-
for the
not
project.
attorneys. to make that decision. We've got one attorney who's saying, Mr. Wall saying, no, a variance is not required. Whether or not we approve the project, totally different issue, but he's tried to answer the question, a variance is not required. And we got Pat, who is more experienced than certainly me, who could maybe comment on that, but beyond that, geez, we're a bunch of.
He's really not supposed to comment on that.
Okay, you know what? So I think just to clear the record, so just to clear the record, okay? They've requested variances under protest. They feel that the variances aren't required. So why doesn't the board take a vote on whether or not you feel the variance is required? You've already voted that you felt they didn't meet the variance request.
Right.
Why don't you take a vote on whether the board feels the variance is required? Because I agree, this is a very confusing record. So let's just get everything on the table. I know, Jamie, we'll get through this.
We have to have findings on that based on whatever our vote is.
Yeah, you can have findings. I mean, you can sit there and say, I vote that I make a motion that the variance is required because of A, B, and C.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, can somebody make a motion, please?
I did make a motion.
Make it again, please.
But with specific why it's required, Betsy, put that into the motion.
All right, so these variances are required because this has nothing or not, it's not primarily due to the A and B zones, although it violates the A and B zones, but it has to do with, this is what they're asking, work on a coastal bank within 100 feet of land under ocean, work on a coastal bank within 75 feet of land title to subject to tidal action, work in this is the A buffer, work in a 25-foot A buffer to a non-eroding coastal bank not in a velocity zone, not adjacent to other resources, but within 100 feet of other coastal resources.
I mean, this is a much more substantial wall than it would have been had it been built in its approved location. It's a much more substantial wall. It
has a huge footing.
Yep.
Impervious footing on the coastal bank, which one or two or three hearings ago, I calculated what that footing would be. It's 1 foot. They say it's like 25 square feet because it's 1 foot by 25 feet, but the base is 6 feet. So it's adding impervious surface in the A buffer.
Okay. Anybody going to second Betsy's motion, please?
We have a second. We have a motion and a second.
Okay, please vote on whether or not you think the variances are required.
All right. Is everybody clear on that? All right. Betsy,
Yes.
Courtney,
Bird, yes.
Matthews, yes. Kevin,
O'Brien, yes.
Mark,
Renee, no.
Peter,
Walsh, yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Okay.
majority is yes. Is there anything else we need to do for this to make it airtight?
Do we need to actually vote to deny the project?
If the board would like to vote to approve or deny the project at this point, it couldn't hurt either way. So doesn't somebody make a motion to approve the project, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the project as presented to us.
Second,
Kevin, second. All right, motion to approve. Betsy,
No. No,
Courtney.
Gladfelter, no.
Courtney,
Bird, no.
Matthew, no. Kevin,
O'Brien, no.
Mark,
Grenade, yes.
Peter,
Walsh, no.
Steve,
Your sound.
You
You're
mute.
mute. Steve, you're muted.
No. Thank you, Pat.
All right, again, majority. Project is denied. All right. We're good on all that now, correct?
Yes.
Woo-hoo. Oh, boy. Next up, Stephen Ballas, 64 Muskeget Road, East Falmouth, Mass. This is the floats in
These are the floats.
Eel River.
Oh, jeez.
The staff has no concerns with the floats.
I make a motion to accept whatever the first one is, 64 Muskeget Road is discussed.
Walsh, second.
Anybody have anything they want to throw in there? Thank you. Betsy,
Yes.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Grenade, aye.
Pat,
I don't believe I'm on this. I think you told me earlier. I'm not.
You're not. Sorry.
trying to include you.
I
Peter?
know.
Walsh, aye.
Steve, it is unanimous. We've issued an order of conditions. Next up, Michael Cachadorian, 50 Muskeget Road, East Falmouth, Mass. Same type of project.
Same type of project. And just for the record, your old agent, Brendan, is watching and says hello.
Well, that's nice. I move that we approve as discussed.
Bird, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the order of conditions. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Grenade, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve,
Pat and I.
it is unanimous. We have issued an order of conditions. And that is all we have, folks.
Reluctantly, I'll move to adjourn.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adjourn, even though it's been a ball of fun tonight. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Courtney,
Bird, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Mark,
Grenade, aye.
Pat,
Aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve. It is unanimous. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good night,
everyone.
Thank you.
Night, guys.